Okay. Let's get started. Let's be sure that everything's working right today. Okay, we're all good on that. Okay. We're all good. For this thumbnail, we went back to the old thumbnail style. I thought that would be a little bit better. There is something I'm looking to add to our old thumbnails, so we're gonna figure that out. But again, I apologize for the tardiness. I'm still getting other stuff together. Okay, so we're all good there. We're good here. Let's break into the news after the shoutouts, of course. Let's see. Shoutouts should be over here. We have a UK sales report for the past week, and we also have a UK sales report for the entire 2022, which is very interesting when we talk about have games sold well. Are they failures? Are they financial failures? Are they flops in general? Concerning review scores, as well as how many copies a game has sold, whether it's worldwide or in a specific region. Those are the things we're going to be talking about to gather up today's topic. Now, we do have other news that we're going to cover throughout the day. There was a gaming showcase that we're going to cover. We're just going to cover a few things. We had talked about it on Sunday. It's more geared towards PC, but I do want to see what the city skylines look like. It looks like they're calling it City Skylines 2. Okay, so the chat is up. I have that on screen. I'm heading on over to... Okay, that looks good. Heading over to the memberships. We're going after levels today. Like everything is green. What's going on, Briarios, Dadley, Pierre, William, Wilderbeast? What's going on, everybody in the chat? Again, I apologize for the slow start today. I know that I gotta go get the memberships. Oh, echo. We're going after levels today. There we go. Okay. Paradox is off. State of Mind, what's going on? And Lorenzo, what's going on? Agosta, what's going on? So it looks like we got everybody coming in here. Our notification is in the community section, but again, I apologize for announcing how late we were going to be. I was late to doing that. It was a lot of other stuff. I got caught up in editing because I really wanted to use this style of the thumbnail to give just a teaser of what we will be talking about. I like the other style, but I do like this one. So the only adjustment that I wanted to make at the last minute that cost me a little bit of time on editing would have been the PSL OG logo overhanging all the topics, and at the bottom, obviously, the episode, which isn't bad on editing. It's gonna take me a little bit longer to edit that, but after this stream, I'm going to find a way to take the PSL OG logo off and replace it with a different type of logo. So that's, again, that is something that I want to do, just to make sure that it's familiar. You and everybody gets a teaser of what we are going to talk about, an image teaser as well as the text in there. I think that's just that's enough information. So we're all good with that. Okay, let me cover the memberships and then we can get started with the show. Okay, not bad. Cool, not bad. We're going to get started with the 20 members. And here we go. Autumn 316 with the legend status. Briarios is here with the legend status on the member chart. We have Iman Rich the Swag Lord with the legend status. Always Mad Gaming with the legend status. Ice Queen Gaming with the legend status. Ramoon 5654 with the hunter status. Cedric with the legend status. Henry Heck with the hunter status. Arnold with the legend status. VR God V with the legend status. MG Warrior is on this list with the legend status. Stardust is on this list with the legend status. Cyber Dragon is on the list with the hunter status. Then we have Rebel Rick Gaming and Gamer Goon, True Witty, Enzo, Caleb Kaiser, all with the legend status. Frostbite Slash with the hunter status, and Arcane Head 97 with the legend status. We will have a topic talking about a rumor that we found out came from an individual that creates fake rumors for the PlayStation gaming community. And there was going to be an immediate Red Alert JTech TV video posted yesterday. But I decided not to do so because I'm not trying to give the individual a spotlight on saying that his stuff is real, and I will go over that in just a little bit. With that being said, we're done with the 20 members of the channel. We are going to go over the last 3 super chat that we got. And the last 3 people that sent a super chat to the channel were Frostbite Slash, Burge Brizzle, and Steady Flow. Thank you to the 3 people that sent the last super chats. And we got the 20 members out the way. So we're done over here. And there we go. We can get over here to the chat. And who do we have? We have, who's that? That's Briarios up there. So we got Briarios. You know, he's a member and he's also a mod. Dadley Pierre is a mod. William Wildebeest is a mod. We got Lorenzo here. He's a mod, long-time subscriber. State of Mind is a long-time supporter. We don't always see you, but I do know you. I'm gonna give you standard moderation status. Again, YouTube has changed it. So there's 2 types of mods that you can appoint. I don't know about the other one, so I don't feel comfortable giving anybody that one. It may give someone too much power. I don't know how that goes. I'm gonna have to go look up the details on that. We got Agosta. He's a long time member of the channel, subscriber of the channel, and a long time mod. Worldwide Studio, he's also a mod, long time subscriber of the channel. MG Warrior has became a member again. We're gonna read that in a little bit. Then we got Raw Silly in the chat. Always good to see you on a good morning like this. MG Warrior is here. He's a mod and a member. True Witty is a mod, a member, panel member, subscriber. Fucking legend right there of L's. MG Warrior's notification, and he has been a member for 17 months. of the Legend status with the light blue PlayStation 5 controller as his profile picture. So I think we're all good on the shoutouts. I think we're gonna get started. I wanna talk about rumors first. Normally we don't actually start with rumors. You guys know that I kind of like want to show you what's really going on. I want to put an image up there. I want to give you the facts. I want to give you links. So what we will do is I'm going to get the link of the rumor, and we're going to talk about it because this is something that I'm pretty sure that everybody is going to want to hear. Everybody's going to want to talk about, even though it's not real. This is what's going on, state of mind. This is, the world we're living in. We kind of like talk about the fictional stuff and not about any of the practical, realistic things. So the rumor goes as follows. In retaliation to Activision being acquired by Microsoft, Sony is planning to acquire Take-Two. Take-Two are behind the 2K basketball games, behind the 2K wrestling games. They're also the parent of Rockstar Games that do Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead Redemption, Bully. So that is the rumor, that if Microsoft succeeds with the Activision acquisition, Sony will go after Take-Two. And then it's going to, what's going on, mass produce? Then it's going to basically be an all-out, just a real console war. No, not the fanboy. Like, I know when we talk about the console war, we always talk about the fanboys. Originally the console war had nothing to do with the fanboys. It had everything to do with the big companies going at each other and advertisements and board meetings. Even when they went to E3 in the early days, they would take shot at each other. Look at the marketing for Crash Bandicoot. If we go to the marketing for Crash Bandicoot, Sony was so bold to have a advertisement where Crash, the mascot for Crash Bandicoot, went to the Nintendo building with a loudspeaker to, basically talk shit. Actually, I want to put that up on screen. Like, the console war was just on a completely different level back then. True Woody with the $2 super chat. F you, Jay. I get W's, motherfucker. What's going on, Jay in chat? What's going on, True Woody? I'm not sure if you're gonna jump in here, but I'm in the panel right now. We're about to get started with the show, so let's go over a little bit of the history of the console war. If anybody's not familiar with it, it has nothing to do with us, the consumers. It has nothing to do with fans or fanboys. It has everything to do with the companies going after each other back in the day, and it was very fucking entertaining. That's just how it was. We have PlayStation Plus games that we will cover today. Battlefield will be downloaded, so if you're planning on playing Battlefield this week or weekend, hit me up. It will probably be the featured game for the Gamecast this Saturday. So if you like playing shooters and you've been waiting to play a shooter with me, yeah, that's my game. So, I'm hearing that they fixed a lot of stuff with Battlefield. They're adding some stuff. Upon the new map, we have a report and screenshot that the shoes from Mirror's Edge main character have been found on one of the buildings. That would, they're red, they're black, they're white. Those are her color shoes. The design matches, and it's a really nice classic Easter egg. It's good to see that. Obviously you can see I watched John Wick. Finally watched the John Wick trailer. I was really scared to watch the John Wick trailer because I think that this is the last movie. Not everybody is good at doing a third or fourth installment in movies, especially in today's day. I don't know how they were able to top 1, 2, and 3, but they did. The trailer looks so good. No wokeness, no break, bro. It's just pure action. It was so good. It was so good to watch. I cannot wait to watch part 4. And I want to go back and watch part 1 because part 1 was so well done. Like the pacing and everything, like the mystery about this character that we had not known yet, and what his backstory was, and just the more you go into the John Wick saga, you start to understand why he's the badass, why is he feared. Sadly, we never got a really good John Wick video game, and I had an idea of maybe there should be a John Wick VR game. I think that would be like the best type of experience. You couldn't make a normal game, but you really got to find the right talent, the right studio to make that game possible. Maybe Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog could end up doing Punisher, or they could end up doing a John Wick video game. I believe they have the skills after what we've seen with The Last of Us Part 2. I definitely believe they have the skills. They can move up the pacing, make the character faster. If you're going to do John Wick, the character movement has to be a little faster, similar to Ellie. In a middle ground between Ellie and Joel, because obviously John Wick is older, unless, and this is what I would really love, there will be a video game about John Wick in his younger days. I would love that, or a fucking prequel, but obviously if Keanu's not attached to it, bro, it's probably gonna be dog shit. But yeah, some great ideas right there. Let's go over the console war and then get back to the topic of Sony acquiring Take-Two, the people that make the 2K basketball games, the 2K wrestling games, the parent owner of Rockstar that does Grand Theft Auto, Bully, and Red Dead Redemption. That is the rumor, started up by yours truly, Lumberjack Rye. I know of the trailer. Mugen, I know of the trailer. I watched a small clip of it. It seems to be a prequel, so to speak, of the early days of when they were going to become the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that we know today. So they look like they just turned 13. They were all very young. Some of them have glasses. They don't have the muscle mass that you normally know. They're going for an art style very similar to the Into the Spider-Verse, which works, because if you remember, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was a comic book before it ended up getting a cartoon series that everybody loves. So I think it could work. But if it doesn't work, I don't know where they're gonna go, because they've the Mutant Ninja Turtles movies have taken some L's in recent years. So I'm hoping that they don't take a L on this movie, because I like the Ninja Turtles. I really, really, really do. It would suck if they get a major L on this one. Yeah, the console wars in the back in the day. If we're just gonna go right here, let me find my controller so I don't blast my own eardrum out. Where the fuck is my controller? Ah, there it is. Always. When it comes to social media and Instagram. Yes, I understand. Past social, and we already know that shit's a fucking scam. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, so here we go. They're talking about Mario Kart, the very first Mario Kart. And they're talking about, hey, you're messing with the big boys and stuff. Because back then, Nintendo was a big boy. Nintendo did, have graphics that were competing with, to be the top graphics people out there. And then you had Street Fighter. So, this was Sega's commercial right here, where not this one, but the Sega commercial was showing off that, hey, our technology is better than theirs. We got graphics that are higher quality. You know, with Sonic, we have stuff that is faster than Mario. Mario's slow paced. Sonic is fast paced. We have more colors. We have more detail. And I'm just showing that the console war, it started with the companies, not with us. You know, we, in a way, we were a casualty of war. But whoever had the best marketing back then were the people we went with, whether it was Nintendo or Sega. It's not until, if you guys know how the history goes, Nintendo couldn't fight Sega anymore because Sega was just so advanced. They had to go and beg Sony to help them with CD technology where the gaming was about to go. But Nintendo didn't want to split the profits. So instead of like continuing the partnership with Sony to make a console, they turned their back on Sony. They moved it over with Philips. Sony got mad. Then they was like, yeah, we're going to do our own thing. Since you don't want to mess with us, that's cool. They came out with the PlayStation. They beat the shit out of everybody. And bam. It was over. It was over. Like after that. Like, so, you know, the console wars is a big, big thing. It's a big, 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 big thing. Like that's the one part of the console wars I think that we all will always remember is Sega versus Nintendo versus PlayStation. Because when I think most of us were still gaming, we all knew that those three were going at it with the Dreamcast, the PS2, and the GameCube, or the PlayStation 1, the Dreamcast, and the N64. Because the Dreamcast, if I'm not mistaken, the Dreamcast came out before PS2 and before the GameCube. But the PS2 was just much more popular, and then it killed Dreamcast. And then Dreamcast, as soon as Dreamcast left, Microsoft was right there. They retrieved some of the R&D, the technology, the designs from Dreamcast. They moved on, got the Xbox out. But by that time, PlayStation 2 was already a household name, and GameCube stood no chance. So, again, people picked their sides. The advertisements did their work. Gamers picked their sides, and now we have a new generation of console wars, which is, predominantly, managed by the fanboys or the fans. Augusto, you said you wasn't born until 1995. I was born in 1988, and True Woody was born in 1685. What?
The corporate console war was bloody.
God damn, man! Why your voice so loud? Oh, that's my voice. Sorry. That was my. I had the volume up. Okay, what you trying to say?
Yo, I swear, bro. No, I'm saying the console war, the corporate console war was bloody, bro. Like. Okay. When you think of
my voice was low. Sorry guys if my voice was low. I did not know my voice was that fucking low. Okay, keep talking, Truity.
If you remember the advertisement with Sega when they were like Sega does what Nintendo don't, I'm like, bro.
Hello.
Like,
hello.
That shit was.
Hello.
Can you hear? Or you
testing. I'm just testing the mic because I almost forgot which way I almost forgot which way I was supposed to turn the dial so that the volume would go up. Okay, yeah, we're good.
No, you're up. You're up. No.
Okay. So continue.
At least to me.
Yeah, continue. Because if we watch this video while True Woody's talking, it will show you literally how the legacy of Nintendo. It didn't work though. Obviously, the video's over, but it didn't fucking work. Like Nintendo 64 stood no chance, and I had no idea until I had visited my friend and saw what they were doing.
Nintendo 64 was an awesome system though.
Yes, but it stood no chance. It was what PlayStation was doing. It was no longer cartridges. It was new to everybody. And then you had that additional element where people were using CDs for music and PlayStation actually played CDs. And then again, the following generation, it played CDs, but it also played DVDs. And it's just nobody was willing to take that risk in their graphics or in their hardware to like go above and beyond with the generation of technology. Nintendo never had CD technology, and they never will because they were pissed off about. Hold on, they were pissed off about.
They did.
True Eddie. They never had a console that allowed you to play DVDs or music.
Oh no, DVD, no.
They had some weird. No, I'm saying CD, like CD, like a compact disc to play music and like DVD movies.
No.
Nintendo refused to use that real technology, and they used some weird shit. The GameCube was like mini disc. The Wii and Wii U was like, they were like the real disc, but they wasn't the real disc. You still couldn't play DVDs in the Wii or the Wii U, even though it looked like it was the full size disc. But the console didn't allow you to play music or movies. It was weird. It was just so weird. It's like you could have did it, but it's like they're so caught in their, in the war that happened so many years ago. They don't want to pay Sony the royalties of using DVDs. Microsoft was so desperate. They was like, yeah, we need that Blu-ray technology, even though we have to pay Sony out the ass for royalties, which they are.
Yeah, they're still paying Sony for that. Because they're trying to pretend like they want to go, they're all digital, but they're not, because they have to appear that you can buy these games at the same time. But clearly, that they don't want to do that. They want to go a route where they don't have to, sell games anymore. They want it to be a service. So, because they want to get rid of paying Sony that money for the Blu-ray. So, at the end of the day,
I mean, I think the console war, the history of the console war is just fascinating. Even though I was a part of a good amount of it, it's fascinating. I mean, because marketing matters, games matter, sales matter, and we matter.
All of that matter when it comes to the console war.
Exactly, we matter. Let's see. Okay, let's see what's going on over here. So, Digital Foundry did make a statement, and the statement went as followed. That actually, I have it. I have it right here. Hold on. He made a statement that Frostbite had posted in a Red Alert, and basically they were saying that they really wish that Xbox can stop forcing developers to use the weaker Series Switch. Is what I.
But they're not the only ones saying that, though. Every developer is saying that.
I need them to all say it publicly more often.
Oh no.
Yeah, a lot of developers are saying it privately, and the word's getting out to us. We need them to say it publicly. We need them to go to the FTC and the CMA and publicly let them know, hey, Microsoft is doing this. Like, if anybody's holding anybody back, they're holding themselves back.
No, Microsoft is holding the generation back. I'm going to be honest. Because
I know, but they're also holding themselves back by putting out that weak-ass...
We don't care what they're doing to themselves. We just don't want them to affect everybody else.
Well, because they have the weaker Xbox, they're holding themselves back and everybody else. So, I mean, it's not only hurting everybody else, it's specifically hurting them, but they shot themselves in the foot with that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that I don't care what they're doing to themselves. Just don't hurt the freaking industry.
I know, but what they're doing to themselves is hurting the industry. So we have to care about what they're doing to themselves because it is in turn hurting us. When we got started in the console war of this generation in 2020, right? All we heard was Xbox Series X, most powerful console, PS5 on the way. Once it got revealed, PlayStation surprised us with a digital only unit of the PS5, and then after that, Xbox, they came out with their digital only unit, which seemed to be weaker, and it was. And that's right there. Those surprises. PlayStation in a good way, Xbox in a bad way. You know, some people wanted to know, hey, am I going to go digital or physical? Well, with PlayStation, you could make that choice and still not be hindered in your experience. On Xbox, you make that choice, you probably never going to get games that are 60 frames per second locked. And that's what happened. Oh, here it is.
It's like if this comes out day one on a disc, even just polished, no patches necessary, that will be a huge win, I think.
Well, I'm reading this comment from Yoshida on Polygon.
Oh, this is Final Fantasy.
Which made me chuckle. I know Final Fantasy games can get delayed at the last minute, but unless a meteor falls on Japan, there will be no delay.
Gosh, he's amazing, Yoshida. What a personality. I love this guy.
So that was Final Fantasy. That wasn't the soundbite of them talking about the X, but I gotta scroll up. There it is. Nelson, shout out to Nelson Gaming. Yeah, shout out to Nelson Gaming. He posted the soundbite yesterday at 5:35 p.m. Big shout out to him and the Discord crew, because y'all motherfuckers are really supplying everybody in our crew with amazing gaming updates. So big shout out to everybody in our Discord. Swag Lord, what's going on? That's what I'm gonna be calling you from now on. Ross Silly, you said PlayStation will always have the innovative technology. They were the Apple of the 80s and the 90s. They're all about hardware. And then you said, bro, I'm wishing for delay. They're wishing for delays. Lorenzo, we know Xbox fans are wishing for delays. They're not getting one. And now that they don't have to worry about, PS4, or obviously because it's not coming out on PS4, but PC, like he said, ain't shit gonna stop us from coming out with this game on time. I love it, bro. I love it. This is the soundbite I wanted you guys to hear. This is from Digital Foundry's podcast from Sunday, sorry. And it's really important that you guys hear this.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I initially read that as requirement for us to ship as, like, their own internal requirement, but I suppose it makes more sense that it's actually a Microsoft mandate, in which case I do think it's something that should be reevaluated on a case-by-case basis. Because
but that's the issue, right? Let's say that Larian get, a dispensation. It's almost like a papal dispensation to actually ship Baldur's Gate 3 without this feature. Then suddenly there's going to be a whole bunch of developers who might be struggling with Series S features going to Microsoft and saying, hey, if you've let Baldur's Gate go through without split screen, can you let us ship this game without this feature or that feature?
Absolutely agreed. It's like the thin end of a wedge, isn't it? Like we've seen it before. I mean, not off the top of my head, remember the really arbitrary in the 360 days. They said you could only make a downloadable game for this size. I think Castlevania had to be within 100 megabytes, and then one broke, and then several others were allowed to break over the course of the generation. So I think it's very early in this generation for them to make an exception, but they're going to have to. You're right, this is like the early sign that things are not going to pan out particularly well for Series S. And we're already seeing it, like in a load of games, like how far Series S has been held back.
I think, Tom, well, I was going to say your point actually is a perfect example, because of XBLA games, when they removed that size requirement, they kind of got exponentially better. I think there's not a single person that would argue that that limitation was beneficial for the games themselves. And yes, it did leave some people behind, probably a smaller fraction, but I think it was really important for the service. And I think it's important here to allow this. I think I would say, I'd be curious to see what the audience thinks, but I would rather have the game ship on Xbox than have it not ship because of this. And I'd rather the Series X, the more powerful machine, receives, extra features if available, versus holding it back just because of Series S, right?
Okay, so that's the sound bite. We'll play it a little bit later also in the stream, but long story short, they're saying what we all know.
I'm surprised I heard all of that perfectly clear while I'm on the Discord, bro.
Oh, because I have
I'm
the
not on
foam.
that shit.
I have the foam up to the mic, so you could hear it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was like, yo, that's scared.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I used to do debates, so I would have to have the mic next to the phone when I used to do certain types of debates. But long story short, Digital Foundry has been very honest in the last 2 years or last year and a half about Xbox and how weak the Xbox Series Switch is. And basically what they said, and he took a while to confirm it, but it is true. There are a good amount of games on Xbox Series S that are just, they scrapped the 60 frames altogether and it's only just locked at 30. That's the only option they have. So developers are already starting to break as far as, we're not going to hold the other consoles back or the PC back.
But there's other features now that can't be run on the Series S because of the limitations. It's not just 60 anymore. It's other things.
True. True. But like I said, like they said, throughout the rest of the generation, developers are going to be going to Microsoft like, hey, we just can't do it. We're getting farther in this generation. We can't do it, man. We can't do it. And what's gonna end up happening is developers could be like, well, you know, PlayStation is out. First of all, they're already willing to help us. Second of all, their gamers are gonna buy our games. So if you force us, again, this is deja vu. Do you remember this happened with the Wii U? Like, Nintendo tried to force EA.
And think about it. The Wii was more popular than
the Wii. The Wii was not the Wii U. The Wii U was dog shit and it was not popular.
No, the Wii U was dog shit. But I'm talking about Nintendo in general. Like, Nintendo definitely more popular.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. For that little portion of that specific generation, Nintendo was not popular. That's why the Nintendo Switch was so popular, because Nintendo did take a major L for those years that they were really trying to push the Wii U on everybody. But they were very popular previously with the original Wii, which they did the same thing with. And they tried to force developers to use features.
But that's what I'm saying, though, Jay. The Wii U was so Nintendo was so popular, but because of the Wii U, even with that popularity, no one gave a fuck. That's the same thing.
I agree. Nintendo is popular, right? They're the people that save gaming. But I'm letting you know they were not popular with developers. Developers gave no fuck about their legacy, and what did? They skipped their shit. If you're going to be popular, just hold on. Let me explain something to you. Remember with the Wii, right? We can go back over this. I got the internet right in front of me. With the Wii, developers did downgrade their games to put it on the Wii. They did allow motion control features on there because the Wii was so popular. They were like, yeah, I know Nintendo's holding us back and they're forcing us to do this, but wow, it's a lot of people that got Wiis. It's selling like hotcakes. With the Wii U, it wasn't the same thing. The Wii U wasn't selling like hotcakes. Developers felt out that they could tell Nintendo.
You're missing my point, Jay. I'm not saying that the Wii was the Wii U was for the popular system. I'm saying that the fact is Nintendo is a popular system, and they did that to the Wii U because it was trash. They'll do the same thing for Xbox.
That's okay. So right there, I agree with that. You could be a popular company. Microsoft's popular, and people say no to them a lot, right? And Nintendo is popular, and with the Wii U, people said no to them. That's what I'm saying. So I'm glad that we're now back on the same page. The fact remains is if your system is dog shit, you are no longer popular with that developer. You see what I'm saying? Yep. So the people that are underneath you, let's be honest. You know, Nintendo was not popular with the Wii U, but I understand what you're talking about with the legacy. It is Nintendo, the creator of Mario and Donkey Kong and so many other legendary characters and games. But for that moment in time, no one gave a fuck. They was like, you have a weak system and your system is not selling. I don't have to fucking put these features in there. So fuck you. And EA left, Activision left, 2K left.
Hey! The first time Activision put their game on Nintendo, they said, "Fuck you" for the rest of the generation.
Yeah, they had a lot of Wii games, but they was like with the Wii U, they was like, well, this is our chance to tell Nintendo, grow up or we're gone, and they left. And EA left and 2K left. There were a lot of people that fucking left. What Microsoft needs to understand is there's no way to salvage this situation because there's no magical firmware like what PlayStation is able to do with PlayStation 3 all the way to 5. There's no magical firmware that will fix the Xbox Series S. So, what's really fucked up is there are so many people Microsoft tricked into buying that fucking system. And if Microsoft is forced to cancel or discontinue that system, a lot of gamers on Xbox are gonna feel it, and it's gonna be bad.
But they got the Halo 2s coming, so they'll be all right.
Like I said, if they're forced to discontinue the system specifically because so many developers are having problems developing games properly for it, going forward into this new generation, a lot of gamers are going to feel it because, you know, me and Yellow talk about it all the time when he comes in. He has people in his circle, in his personal circle, that have got tricked into buying the system because Microsoft advertised it a certain way and they really thought they were going to get next-gen features. And again, as this generation progresses, we're going to see that they're not getting those features that Microsoft promised 3 years ago. And what happens if a developer says, well, I don't want to put this over. I don't want, like with the Baldur's Gate. What I'm reading it as, Baldur's Gate is trying to wait it out until it comes to PlayStation. They show off how good it is. And more, you know, more and more Digital Foundry exposes how bad the situation is. What's going on, Always Mad Gaming? And it's like, bro, when more and more people throughout this year show how weak the Series S is, you know, through Digital Foundry and any other people that are doing analysis, bro, I'm letting you fucking know right now, it's not going to be good. Because that's what I think the people over there at Baldur's Gate are waiting for, is for more of evidence to come out of how weak it was and how we couldn't do it. I don't think they're ever going to be able to do what they said they couldn't do. If they couldn't figure it out months ago, they're not going to be able to figure it out by the end of the year on how to do split screen. With that, you know, because Microsoft is telling these developers, you need to develop for the Series S. It's still a next-gen system. So what are the developers doing? They're trying to put a next-gen game on a system that's really not a next-gen system. That's the problem. Let me read this off from Stardust. Stardust says, Stardust celebrates a 32 months of membership with the JTech TV. What's going on, TV Tech J? That is now my name, TV Tech J. I
kept on saying that.
TV Tech J is in the house. What's going on, Dez? Good morning. What's going on, Swag Lord? Was already here, but what's going on? Stardust. Let me go to the YouTube app. So I can.
Didn't call on God, man. That's
motherfucker. But you see what I'm saying, right? Like, they marketed a next gen system that's not next gen, and developers have to figure out how to get a next gen game on a system that's not next gen. I mean, it's like you dress your cat up as a dog, right? And you wonder why the dog is not, you know, friendly with the cats, or the dog isn't friendly with other dogs, because it's really not a dog. You just dressed up the cat as a dog, but it's not a real dog. That's why dogs don't like your dog, because your dog's not a real dog. You just dressed them up as a dog. And that's what I see from Xbox Series X.
I'm going to be honest. If they can get split screens done on the Series S, they're one or two things. They're either like drop the resolution like super low and get it to work, or if they can't do that, they're just gonna cancel the Xbox version altogether. That's what I believe is gonna happen because they're gonna have to drop the resolution. Well, you gotta think of it like this: for two screens to work simultaneously, the console has to be strong, especially when the graphics is high. You see what I'm saying? And if you can't make both of them, it's like you're running two 40p games at the same time on the same screen.
True Woody.
Like, that's not easy.
True Woody, I'm gonna help you out. Deja vu just hit me. The Medium had a feature that was all about split screen.
Yeah.
You remember that? And remember how bad it ran? We're gonna go.
Oh yeah,
we're gonna go get it right now. We're gonna go put it up on the screen. We're gonna go get the Medium, and we're gonna go show how it was running on Xbox.
Hey, did you find it?
That's the video I have right in front of me. The Medium Tech Review, Xbox's first next-gen title. That's literally what Digital Foundry said about the Medium 2 years ago. They said that about the Medium 2 years ago, and it was far from next-gen.
And it wasn't even their game. It was second party.
Yep. But again, the way Microsoft advertises their stuff, right? Even if it's someone in a professional field, they still have to say what we know about it. So it was an Xbox exclusive, even to professionals like Digital Foundry, because that's how Microsoft advertised it. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go to the performance section. Which did they analyze performance?
Hey, Bossman C. I believe that's exactly what will end up happening, man. They're gonna end up skipping Xbox.
Well, yeah, but this is what I'm saying. There is so many reasons to skip Xbox. Because if there is,
not everything's GPU based. Some are CPU as well. Some things work with the CPU, but both the Xbox Series S, they have to work together for it to work, bro. They still gotta work together. The CPU and the GPU.
Yeah, that's the shit we talking about. Even so, this is what I'm gonna say, right? Obviously, this game wasn't next gen. When they covered the game, Digital Foundry covered the game. They did not cover the performance when they did the Xbox version of the game when it first came out. So I had already looked over that video. I'm now at the video where they compared Xbox Series X, PS5, and PC. They specifically didn't compare Xbox Series S performance because we would have found out what we now know now. And you know what that is? The system's weak. So this was basically a split screen game. And we obviously know Xbox Series S was chugging. But the whole game was put into 30 frames to kind of show off that it wasn't chugging. You get what I'm saying? So if the game is 30 frames and your system can do 30 frames, then we're going to have it there. Now, for some weird reason, Xbox wasn't trying to do 60 frames, even though that's supposed to be the industry standard right now for this generation. We have already spent so much time with 30 frames as far as being the industry standard. It will be weird to go into to be in this generation and not have 60 frames as the industry standard or the industry target. I believe either one is fine. It should be the standard or the target for this generation. DJ D, what's going on? You say, what's going on, Jay? Working around the house listening. Okay, man. Rob Silly, you say, all you need is a decent PC and a PlayStation for fulfill all of your gaming needs. Yeah. Yeah, that's all you really need, man. Looked like Frostbite just posted something. This was at 9 o'clock though. What do you say? Thanks for the journey and a message from blah blah blah. Uh oh, that ain't good. Damn, that sucks. Somebody, something's happening. True Eddie. I think we got a red alert, but it was dressed up as gaming news. This is Lance Works. We have some important news to share with you. It is a deep regret that we have to announce that Lance Work will effectively stop the development of new projects indefinitely starting this April. We have been lucky enough to work on what we love for the past 9 years, pouring our hearts and souls into creating immersive and entertaining games for you to enjoy. And we are so proud of what we have accomplished. But unfortunately, we have come to the end of our journey. Let me see. This. Who is Lance? Who is Lance Works? I don't know. I'm gonna search it now. I'm not familiar with them. I'm guessing they're an indie studio. Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
I don't like that. Who did it? What did they develop?
Origami. If I'm not mistaken, it went to Game Pass.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, can we now say Game Pass kills developers?
I'm going to their If I'm not mistaken, Origami 2 ended up going to Game Pass, and I think 1 did too. So they did 3 Origami games. Is that all they ever did?
That's all they ever did. I mean, Game Pass killed that developer.
The Origami. Yeah, this developer only did Origami. I got a super chat from Frostbite for €5.
Yes.
It's worth pointing out their last game launched day and date into Game Pass. So yeah, Frostbite was right.
Game Pass killed that developer.
Yeah, Game Pass killed that developer. Again, when you put your game on Game Pass, right, it does not guarantee sales because no one's gonna buy it. And then PlayStation fans are gonna look at the game and ask, what is wrong with the game? If you're gonna put it in a Game Pass, it must mean that it's not a good game, so we're not gonna buy it either.
Hey, I thought Game Pass helps indie developers, bro. I thought Game Pass helped indie developers. That's what everyone else is telling me. Now these guys are out of business because they kept on putting their game in the Game Pass, bro. I'm sorry. I actually want Microsoft to go now. I don't give a shit if they I don't want them to be around anymore. Well, not Microsoft, but Xbox. Shit, get Microsoft out of here too. Fuck them.
Wow. I love this. Right? I know that's evil to say, but I want to say that I love this because, and listen to why I love this. You have to have some sacrifices sometimes to catch the criminal, right? Sometimes somebody, might end up, serial killer, right? A serial killer got caught because he killed too much, right? That's how they get caught. They fuck up. If we have enough developers to put their game on Game Pass, closing down shop, it will pretty much be obvious how dangerous Game Pass is to the gaming industry. This needs to happen more often. I know it's a horrible thing to say, but this has to happen for the FTC and the CMA to catch Microsoft and what they're doing to the industry. They're not helping anyone. It's a publicity stunt. We're the good guys. You don't have to buy games over here. Come on, man. We let Xbox fanboys, we let insiders, we let influencers, we let journalists, we let reviewers all hype us up on Game Pass and how good it was and how it's helping everybody. Now we see the aftermath. That is not the case. You put a game on Game Pass, no one's gonna buy it. I was talking to True Witty about my favorite Transformers movie, right? Now, even though I have all the Transformers movies over there under, stacked up with all my other Blu-rays, it doesn't matter. When I went to Netflix and I saw Transformers 2 and I saw 3, I was like, where's 1? I want to watch 1. So I can't watch 1 over there. What am I going to do? I'm going to go rent that shit from Amazon Prime. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not giving Netflix any more money. I'm giving Amazon the money because that's where it's at. But listen to this. All the other movies I could watch, all the other shows I could watch on Netflix, they're not getting additional money. This is what people really need to understand. Yes, these services are really valuable for us. They're, they got good discounts and everything for, what we would normally do. Normally, we would just go and buy a movie. This $20 here for this movie, $20 here. That fucking adds up. You're paying let's say anywhere between $10 to $20 a month for Amazon's library. Sorry, not Amazon's library. Netflix's library. But not everything in Netflix is worth watching. Sometimes I go to Netflix and I hate this. I scroll through and I still don't find anything to watch.
Nope.
But it's not gonna make me go out and buy that fucking movie and give that director or that company more money. It's on Netflix. If I can watch it on Netflix, why do I have to pay somebody to pay to watch their DVD or their digital video? I don't have to. It's on Netflix. Let me just watch it there. No one gets the money except for Netflix. Do y'all understand? Should I say that again? Netflix is getting the money when we subscribe. They divvy up that shit. But let's be honest. There's so much content on Netflix that it's impossible for Netflix to be profitable. And if you know about what's been going on with Netflix, Netflix has almost never been profitable, right?
They've always failed to keep profit going.
Yeah, but listen, hear me out. So you lose money to make money. That's how they ended up being profitable at one point in time, and then they ended up going back to being in the black. Like they were losing money. And I think right now they're still at the same thing. Like if I go look it up, you guys are gonna be like, "Oh fuck, Jay's right." So if Netflix, as big as they are, as famous as they are compared to Game Pass, if they're losing money, even though they look like they're popular and shit, what does that mean for Game Pass? We just had a developer close their fucking doors because Game Pass was supposed to help them, but it didn't.
Game Pass definitely losing money. The real problem is
Netflix.
No one's talking about it. It's sad because no one's talking about it though.
Is Netflix profitable?
According to Statista, Netflix, net income 2000 to 2022. Video streaming giant Netflix had a total net income of nearly $4.5 billion in 2022, whilst the company's annual revenue reached around $31.6 billion.
Is Netflix losing money? Is Netflix losing money?
According to CNN, revenue was up roughly 6% year over year to $7.9 billion. Both metrics were ahead of what the company projected for the quarter. After a challenging first half, we believe we're on a path to re-accelerate growth, the company said in its letter to shareholders on Tuesday.
Exactly. But they're never saying, hey, we're doing this, we're doing this. They're losing a lot of money. Netflix loses a lot of money because they have to pay people to put their content there. Now, older Netflix, they have to make their products, and I saw some of their products. I watched 2 of their original shows. The quality was bad. It wasn't. They didn't have, the director that was good. Can't hear you, True Witty. Sounding like a robot again. Sounding like a robot. Does Netflix lose money?
According to Fierce Video, Netflix and other U.S. streaming video services lose about $25 billion a year in potential revenue due to password sharing. According to Citi analyst Jason Bazinet, he estimated that Netflix accounts for about 25% of that total, meaning that the streaming giant is possibly missing out on around $6 billion in revenue.
So they all lose money. Yeah, they were losing money. It was in 2020. They were losing money. They said the profits grew to 3 times, right? But they only made $0.6 billion in 2017 to $1.9 billion. So there was a time where Netflix was losing a shitload of money, even when we knew them to be super popular between 2017 and 2020. That wasn't too long ago. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like that's the thing.
Listen,
like when you have to pay someone else to supply your service with content and you're not just creating it yourself on average, you're going to lose money because you have to spend that money to get that content. We're not saying that PlayStation doesn't have to spend money, but they make so much money on the good side of what they're doing with the PlayStation Store, what they're doing with the exclusives, all these other avenues that they don't look like Xbox. They don't operate like Xbox because they're doing good. And it's Sony that is their parent that does not have as much money as Xbox's parent, which is Microsoft.
Microsoft's just not good at what they do, Jim. Let's be honest.
I know, but what I'm saying, Truity, we all know they suck at what they do. That's obvious. What I'm telling you is that Game Pass is their saving grace. And Netflix barely hangs on. Why? Because every year someone comes out with a service, right? What do? Well, I got my own service. Let me take my shows from off there. Let me take my movies from off there. This was happening to Netflix for 5 straight fucking years. Well, everybody kept coming out with their service. And they was like, well, I have my service. I'm going to take this movie off of Netflix. And then that's one less like hit that you have on Netflix. What does Netflix have to do? They have to make up for that. So they had already paid somebody to put that content there. Now they're losing that content. Now they have to go out real quick, make their own content at the last minute. And not every last one of Netflix's shows is a hit, even especially today. So that's how Game Pass is operating. They had to pay people for their content. But when you pay people for their content, no one else gonna feel the need to pay that specific person to buy their content from them because they can experience that content on a service at a much cheaper price. Now, how the fuck do you split $1 70 fucking ways? 70 billion ways? How do you do that?
Well, you want me to tell you how?
How?
1.5 penny apart.
Yeah, but listen to this. Listen to this. So Game Pass has 25 million subscribers. Some people are paying $1 for a whole month or a whole year, right? And so that's $1 divided by 25 billion, divided by 25 billion, right? Million. And you have to make sure that everybody gets their money. Other than that, that means Microsoft lied to the American public and lied to the world and lied to developers and lied to publishers. So you pay the developers to put their content there and then you don't pay them any royalties? You keep this promise to that small developer that, oh yeah, if you put it on Game Pass, people are going to discover you and they're going to...
I really want to see what this developer says after they shut down their business, because they gotta say some. They might even say some shit about Game Pass, to be honest, because all their games went to Game Pass and now they're out of business. Come on, man. Like this is none of this is right at this point. It ain't right.
Yeah. What was interesting about this is, again, and I know people are going to hate me about this is the same format that we saw for Forspoken. You know how when we kept seeing the same format of images posted by developers, which would lead to a delay or some sort of bad news. Look, man, people can argue with me all the time about Forspoken being really, really good.
Oh, what about meaning? Sky the road, man. Damn.
Yeah. Forspoken is a really good game. Let's say that. Let's all agree it's a really good game. It probably was not financially good, and that's all right. You can have a great game and it just not sell good. And I believe Forspoken was a good game. Not a great game. I think it was a good game and it didn't sell good. When you have a format like this, that's bad news. It's never good news. I've never seen a format like this to have good news. We got a format like this years ago from Naughty Dog. What did they give us? Bad news about the multiplayer. You do not get a format like this, and it's good news. Let me hop on camera so I can help you guys understand what I'm talking about.
Oh, they're going on camera. Yeah.
True Witty's getting on camera. Shit. How about that?
Oh, damn it.
Okay. Why the fuck am I? Okay. There we go. Okay. So we're all good. Don't know why I keep doing that. Okay. So we're all good. This is what I wanted to talk to y'all about, because I'm talking and y'all know I like to have a visual. This right here is the developer's outline of what's going on. We're sorry to inform you, blah, blah, blah. It's almost like a resume. You know, these types of notices, they're never good, right? You know, I think we have another... I think we got another setup where I can be on camera more, but long story short, I think everybody can see that this is never a good look. If a developer posts this, it's nothing positive. There's nothing positive. So anybody wants to argue about the Forspoken, you can argue with somebody else. When you see this, that's not positive. We have seen this so many fucking times. I'm bringing up Forspoken Steady Flow because the notice that Square Enix gave was not a positive notice. If they were good, they would have stayed independent. This is an independent developer. They weren't good. They closed down. Square Enix didn't want to have to shut them down because that would look bad on them. Because that's a subsidiary of Square. Right? That's why when people talked about Forspoken, they put Square. They didn't really say Luminous first. They were like, this is Square Enix game. Instead of closing them down and having bad publicity on them, the company, that, hey, we can't manage people properly, blah, blah, blah. There was like, we're going to absorb you back. We're going to reallocate you somewhere else in our company so that we don't have to fire you or make the public statement of closing down the studio. No one wants to have, okay, Forspoken just released a month plus and they shut down the studio. That would be automatic bad news, but you can lighten the blow to kind of make it not look so good, not make it look so bad by saying, hey, we're going to reabsorb them and reallocate them, right? Prime example. If you look at what happened with Saints Row, the developer used the same wording, and everybody said that was negative. Everybody said Saints Row was a failure. But Square Enix did the same exact thing Gearbox did, and everybody said that doesn't mean failure, that means success. You cannot have it two ways. If you think I'm lying, I will give you a link. Then I will give you a link to what Square Enix said. You will read both and you will agree. Because if not, as much of a fanboy as you think I am, you're going to be a big fanboy if you're reading the same message from two different developers that are exactly the same. You know? They didn't want to sit up here and say, oh, Saints Row so bad, we're going to reabsorb violation into Gearbox. Nah, they did not say that. They were like, yeah, we're, we did good and this, and we're just gonna reabsorb them, and we're gonna do stuff, and we're gonna do smaller stuff, and that's the same shit Square Enix said about fucking Luminous. It doesn't mean the game is bad. It just means it wasn't successful as they hoped it would be. And they're not going to give them another chance to fuck up. Whether people think the game was the best game ever, financially it wasn't, obviously. I think we're going to get that soon. Gearbox. Here we go. Volition. That's what their name is. I keep calling Violation. Volition will become part of Gearbox after disappointing reception to Saints Row. Now, that's what the article said. But the original statement says Volition will become part of Gearbox after Saints Row reboot. That's it. So, the game came out in August. By November, they absorbed them. Forspoken came out in February. By March, they absorbed them. It was a little quicker for Square Enix to absorb Luminous. Which, again, it kind of makes sense because Square Enix has another big game coming out this year. So they kind of don't want any bad news, any questioning to go on about, hey, how did it sell? It doesn't matter how it sold because now you absorb them back in. Nobody needs to ask that question because you absorb the cost, of how bad it did. You're going to eat the cost. However bad it did financially, it's all right. Now you're a part of me. Now we don't have to worry about you losing money because you're a part of me now. Again. So I just wanted to give you guys the same article. I got it right here in front of me. I'm going to send a link in the chat for anybody that's wondering what this means. You can take it how you want. It doesn't mean the game was absolute shit. Like, I just played Saints Row with Truity the other day. It's not the best game, but it's not like the shittiest game ever in history. But it's definitely not, in personal opinion, I don't think it's, in the fun factor and the gameplay, even the combat, I don't think it's on the level of Forspoken. I think Forspoken is probably a much better game. Okay, I was wondering what's going on with that. I was on the wrong page. Here you go. So it says Volition will become part of Gearbox. And again, VGC decided to add the after disappointing reception. But they didn't say disappointing sales. They say Volition will soon become the reception. Okay, so they're just saying a reception. They didn't say it sold bad. They were like, hey, we had a disappointing reception. And this is the official quote from the company. They said the reception of Saints Row did not meet our full expectations and left the fan base partially polarized, he said. The game development studio Volition has been working hard to improve the player experience. Now, this is something similar that I saw with the Forspoken thing, because the developer said, yes, we're being absorbed into Square Enix, but we're still going to release the patch to fix the problems that people are having. Now, I'm going to read this again. It says, the game development studio Volition has been working hard to improve the player experience. Now, let me read the segment again for Forspoken. Forspoken will still get the last patch and the more DLC, right? The DLC that they promised. So it's the same thing. It's a nice way of saying it did not sell well. We're not going to make a profit. And instead of firing everybody and confirming publicly that it was a total disaster, we're just going to absorb you back so we don't have a PR nightmare on our hands, right? We don't look bad as a whole company. Because at the end of the day, Gearbox, Embracer Group, they would look even worse if they had to close down Volition and they publicly admitted, oh yeah, we closing them down, obviously for obvious reasons. It fucking flopped. But you absorb them back, you don't get that. You don't get that news. So I just want to let everybody know, Steady Flow, anybody else in the chat. You know, this is what happens. It's not a bad thing. It's just you don't want to put that out there. Study Flow, you said Forspoken probably didn't meet Square expectation. Exactly. This is literally what you just said is literally what Gearbox and Embracer Group said about Saints Row. And that's all I was trying to tell people. When you have that type of
but that Square, put it this way, Square Enix has high expectations for everything. That does not mean something didn't sell well. It just means Square Enix put a freaking high bar on everything. They always do. Didn't they put a high bar on freaking another games? And it's even though it's so well, they put a high bar on it. What was the freaking game? Um, yeah. It was. Fuck, what was it? I think it was it wasn't Avengers. It wasn't Avengers. It was something. It was something else. Oh yeah. It was the other Marvel game. Was it the fuck? Is that raccoon with that raccoon in the freaking game? You're playing it, Jay. You almost beat it, but you never finished it.
you're talking about Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy. Didn't meet their expectations, but apparently it sold pretty well. It sold like almost I think 10 million. So Square Enix put a higher freaking they always put like a high freaking bar on every one of their games. Incredibly high bar. And sometimes the sales just don't get there. Like you know what I mean? Well, Logan probably sold what? Probably 5 million, but they wanted it to sell. They wanted it to sell over freaking 10 million copies.
Okay.
You know what
So
I'm saying?
look, I completely disagree with everything you said.
Okay.
And I'm going to tell you why. Square Enix doesn't depend on the Western developers that they had underneath because remember they sold them off. Square Enix does need a lot more. It's not being too, optimistic. It's like they really do need that money. They have a AAA game. The PlayStation had to help them because they didn't have enough money to do it on their own. They do need a lot of fucking money. They do need these games
Oh,
that they're
no. I agree. They need money.
Yeah, so
I'm not saying
I don't think their expectations were too outlandish. I think it was right for them being a smaller studio than they used to be, and they needed shit to do good because they could have just announced we're selling off Luminous. You see what I'm saying? But they did the same thing that Embracer Group said. They were like, well, we're not gonna do that because that's definitely gonna look bad on us at the end. Nobody gonna want to work with us. So they were like, nah, we're not gonna shut them down. We're just gonna absorb them back. We're just gonna absorb them back. I'm looking out at these fucking birds. I know y'all see me looking out there. We're just gonna absorb them back. Everything's all right. Don't worry about everything. It's all right. Everything's good. We're just gonna absorb them back and give them some guidance and stuff like that. And that's really all you can do when it comes to that. I'm going to look at the art, the post that Square Enix made, because I know it's on their page. So, it wasn't in February, was it? When did they make the post? Because I'm trying to find the Twitter post that they made. And I hope they didn't delete it. Because wasn't it last week? Was it last week when they made that post about Luminous? Yeah, it was the morning in Final Fantasy 16. I think they deleted that shit, bro.
I think it's 2 weeks. It wasn't 2 weeks ago.
It was last week. I remember that shit.
Okay.
Square Enix Luminous Twitter. I'm hoping
Here's Twitter.
Hoping I'm pronouncing that shit right. Ah, there we go. So, Hold on. I'm trying to get this shit. Cause if y'all see both of these images right beside each other, y'all gotta tell me the same fucking thing. Nobody can tell me the same fucking thing, bro. I'm telling y'all. We've covered this on this channel. We've covered bad news and we've covered delays, and we saw that they always use the same outline, and it's never good, especially when it's all black. So one of these is from Luminous, and the other one is from the developer that put their game on Game Pass and got shut down. Same outline, name above, long ass paragraph, reassuring you. Actually, the developer that's about to close down, the indie developer, they said, don't worry, we're still going to manage the game. We're still going to have crossplay support. Don't worry, you can still buy the game. Like this reassurance that, yeah, you know, things are changing, we're going away or something, or we're getting absorbed, either one. Don't worry, it's going to be all right. You can still, you know, play the game and buy the game. Like they want to reassure you, hey, let's get as much money at the end of the day as possible, and that's kind of what they want to do. I just want y'all to understand, Forspoken is not a horrible game. I don't think Forspoken is a horrible game. I just think that a lot of people didn't buy it. I mean, we could say the same thing for Demon Souls, but Sony don't get a loss for that because they own Bluepoint. You see what I'm saying? So Demon Souls not selling good didn't matter because they own them. Returnal not selling good. Don't matter. They brought them into the fold. They acquired them. Returnal selling 500,000 copies didn't matter. Sony was like, don't worry, we got you. We're going to bring you in. You're not going to have no loss. We're going to bring you in. We're going to acquire you. So that's a way that you can not fire people. Now, if we go back on YouTube and look up what happened with Xbox, with Lionhead, and all of those other studios they had let go around that time period, they let them go. They didn't say, hey, we're going to bring you in, or we're going to, you know, absorb you or merge. Nah, they like, nah, you're getting canceled. We canceling this game. We're closing down this studio. So, obviously, you know, PlayStation has had experience with that, with Evolution, where Drive Club didn't do good, and they gave them a certain amount of years. And what happened next was they closed down the studio. But the developer at the end, they was like, yeah, don't worry, we're still going to bring out the last update. We're still going to have the DLC available until a year later. And they're like, yeah, we're going to take the shit off the store, and we're not going to allow it. What's going on, Henriette? Yeah, I know. Man, Forspoken has a very passionate fan base. I met them all last week when I said what I said. But what I said didn't come from a place of mistrust or anything. It's just this is how things go. Sadly, Square Enix didn't have enough, you know, make enough money from Forspoken for it to be the success they needed it to be to help the studio. Let's be honest. We are going to be going into an area where Square Enix is the Square Enix of old. If you don't know what that means Square Enix had to depend on Sony for a lot of shit. They had to depend on PlayStation for a lot of things. I want y'all to think of the possibilities that could come from this. Forspoken not doing good financially makes Square Enix have to depend on PlayStation. What do you think? And I see you on the chat. I'm looking at you. What happens if Square Enix does bad and continuously has to rely on PlayStation? What happens next? I'm gonna wait because I think y'all are some smart motherfuckers. So I'm pretty sure y'all gonna give me the right answer. Square Enix has to continuously depend on PlayStation to make money. What do they think? What do you think is gonna happen next? Steady flow. You say definitely worth picking up. The magic she gets by the end. No. There you go. Ice Queen. That's the right answer.
They get bought.
Yeah, they're gonna get brought. Do you remember Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez? Remember so many years ago they were dating and stuff, and then they went their separate ways. Ben Affleck married somebody else and had kids. Jennifer Lopez married somebody else, had kids, but then at the end they came back together and got married. You know? Sometimes things come full circle, and I believe PlayStation and Square Enix is going to come full circle, and I believe they're going to get acquired. Again, Forspoken not doing good is not a bad thing in the grand scheme of things, because now PlayStation is that much closer to picking up a cheap Square Enix. You know, Spartan said it last year. I didn't want to believe it, but we went down through the facts, and I had to come to realization that Square Enix, as of right now, their most popular properties are Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. Everything else was not popular, was not financially successful. Guardians of the Galaxy, Avengers, in my personal opinion, Outriders I don't think was 100% successful, but we will see if we ever get some sales. True Witty, when did Outriders come out? I know he's going to answer me because I know he's there. Shit, 1 second. Yeah, I think Sony, if we're going to go dive into this beautiful rabbit hole on a Tuesday evening, I think you guys are going to really enjoy this next segment.
Outriders a year old.
Okay, so it came out last year?
Mm-hmm.
In your personal opinion, do you think it's financially successful?
Well, put it this way. It was successful on PlayStation, but not on Xbox. But it was successful enough for Square to keep the IP, even though they sold off most of their Western IPs. Because that's one of the IPs they decided to keep. They could have sold it, made some money off it.
So, what's the name of the studio that does Outriders?
People Can Fly.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Can people fly? No, they can't. Exactly. I rest my fucking case. I rest my fucking case, bro. I rest my case. I won that argument, and that's all that matters. I don't even give a fuck. People can't fucking fly. You know that shit.
That's a corny ass joke, bro. I can't believe you just made that joke, bro.
I can't believe you told me people can fly, because they can't. So you said people can fly, right? I know I'm out of the screen, but I'm here. I'm just warming something up.
Outriders was Square Enix. Yes, it was Square Enix.
What games are made by People Can Fly?
Bro, this is disrespectful, bro. This thing is not talking about.
Here are the first three: Outriders, Bulletstorm, and Outriders World Slayer.
Okay, so they're responsible for Bulletstorm. They're responsible for helping with Fortnite. They did Painkiller in 2004. They did Gears of War Judgment, which I'm not sure if that was a good one or a bad one. They did Outriders.
Gears of War Judgment was a bad one.
Okay, so Judgment was a bad one. Fortnite doesn't count because they was helping. Painkillers is known, but it's not like the best game ever. Bulletstorm had a lot of promise, but again, not the best game ever. So they kind of do follow the Gears of War thing, because they did do Gears of War and they did Bulletstorm, and Bulletstorm was like a Gears of War in first person. And then they came full circle and did Outriders, which I felt was Gears of War, even though I wasn't 100% familiar with the developer. So it's interesting that, what did I call them, True Witty? What did I say about the game when I played it? I said it was Gears of War meets Destiny, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, I don't even have to know shit. It's like some of that stuff comes naturally, because you can look at a game and tell what the DNA is if you've been gaming long enough. And I felt like that game had a lot of Gears of War, and it's not a bad thing. It's a really good thing. Let's see what we got. So Again, let's go over this. Painkiller, Gears of War Judgment, Bulletstorm, Outriders. They're not a successful studio, but this is what I wanted to ask you. Does Square Enix own them?
People Can Fly.
Who owns People Can Fly?
I don't think they're owned.
Here is information from Wikipedia.
Oh, that's why they helped with Fortnite. They used to be known as Epic Games Poland.
Oh.
Yeah.
They might have been the ones working on the Gears franchise back in the day.
Yeah, so they were with Epic Games from 2007 to 2015.
Yeah, that's around the time where I'm going.
So this is what happened. They said People Can Fly has signed a deal to make a new game for Square Enix. The publisher will retain the full IP ownership of the game. So
that was not true. That was not true because Square Enix actually owns the IP.
Truity, I said the publisher. Square Enix is the publisher.
Yeah. I thought you said that.
So
I heard that wrong.
Square Enix owns the game, right? But the studio could still close today or tomorrow, and it wouldn't matter. We're going to be looking at the same situation as Saints Row. We're going to look at the same situation as Forspoken. What could happen, or even with Returnal? What can happen is, obviously, the game, I don't believe personally is financially successful, but that's my personal opinion as of right now until I do the research. So financially, I don't think it's successful, right? And the reception, I don't believe it was the best. What is this fucking shit in my hair? Okay. So at the end of the day, right, what Square Enix could do is they could acquire People Can Fly. I think they're very cheap. And, maybe get ready to make a part 2 of Outlanders. Go over to PlayStation. Outriders. Go over to PlayStation, get some help with the mocap studio, get some help with the engine. PlayStation and Square Enix are back in bed together, bro. They're dating. They're dating, bro. They're a couple dates away from Sony proposing to Square Enix, bro. And guess what Square Enix gonna say? They're gonna say yes. They're gonna say yes. How many copies did Outriders sell?
Between 2 and 3 million units. According to Wikipedia,
that's a success.
People Can Fly estimate the game has sold between 2 and...
That's a success. And for a new IP, 2 to 3 million in less than a year, that's a success. Especially it was on Game Pass as well. Most of those sales came from PlayStation and PC. Mm-hmm. That's a success. Yeah. And again, the Destiny formula, like I said, it wasn't like Destiny. People like Destiny type of games, obviously, the looter shooters, stuff like that.
But that's what Halo was supposed to be.
But that was from Wikipedia. This is what Forbes is saying. So again, I want to clear that up. That was from Wikipedia. That was not like they can change the facts of that any day they want. Forbes, which is reputable, and we know we can trust them. They say Outriders reveal it did not make a profit all year as World Slayer expansion looms. I think we kind of remember that. Don't we remember the developers were pissed off that they didn't make a profit and went to Game Pass and they didn't make any money?
Yeah.
So that's a financial failure.
Well, no, for them. But remember, Xbox dudes were claiming they were canceling their pre-orders.
Why?
Remember, huh?
Why? Why were Xbox fans cancel pre-orders when they already had it on Game Pass?
But they weren't canceling pre-orders because it was on Game Pass. That's the point. Because of the Game Pass contract that Square Enix made, everyone was canceling their pre-orders, and even though the People Can Fly was saying don't cancel your pre-order, they still canceled it. And Microsoft helped them cancel it by telling them how to do it. Like myself, Loki told people how to cancel their subscription. I'm like, bro, they wanted to buy the game. Why would you tell them to cancel the freaking pre-order, bro?
So Outriders is sitting at a 73 on Metacritic for the first time ever in all of history on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, and PC. All platforms have the game at 73 on Metacritic, which is a yellow score. If you don't believe me, it's right here. So, long story short, reviews were bad.
To be honest, it was buggy at launch.
Okay, so we can confirm it wasn't a financial success, because if it was, and this is why Square Enix did what they did with Forspoken, if it was the independent developer, right, that made the game, that it's not really Square Enix, the game would have sold so well that they would have gotten enough royalties, right? They would have gotten enough to trickle down money that they would have been good. But it didn't do that well. And that's why they came out and said, we didn't make a profit. If a company say we don't make a profit, they took a loss. That's an L.
Cool.
And you know what an L is. I mean, you created them.
I check my report.
You know, I mean, again, it wasn't my cup of tea. Not because of the gameplay. Actually, I liked the shooting. I think the shooting felt really well. It was the cutscene that was so
jarring. Yeah,
it was so bad. The voice acting sucked. It was just, I did not like it, bro. It was a turnoff.
The story was good though.
A current. I gotta read your post. You said my name. Now, the weird thing with Outriders is, because it's an online game, you cannot cut that shit off if you have like anything to do with, bringing out DLC. Is there any more DLC coming out for Outriders? What's the roadmap for that game?
Not from what I've heard.
So they're done.
That was the only DLC. They just kept on updating the game, but they have not announced any more DLC.
When was the last update? Because the DLC that they had last year is now $20. It's 50% off right now. Then they have Hell Rangers. But it was a pretty generic game. I remember saying it was very generic. And I think a lot of people believe that.
Hell Rangers was pre-order.
Okay.
It's not like a DLC technically.
Just want to see how many people on my friends list got it. They should give me a number. They say 296 people played it, but that could be from the beta that they launched, because I remember I played the beta and I still had save data from the beta. A current. You said you can make an opinion about sales of Forspoken to say it flopped, but since you don't have confirmed information from Square Enix or Luminous about the sales, it's an opinion, not a fact. Okay, Akira.
This man looks
Akira, you're about to go one-on-one with J-Tech, so I hope you're ready. We never got a public sales report for Days Gone. What do we call it? Well, how long do we wait? Do we wait 10 more years? Do we wait 20 years? So you're telling me because the developer hides the sales, it's a success. But that in itself is your personal opinion. There is more facts to prove that when developers hide financial information, it's not a good thing for the particular product. So you need to explain to me that what you're saying is a fact. Because you're telling me that when a developer hides the sales, it means it's a success. That's what you're basically trying to say. We know when developers hide sales, we know that's not a good news. That's not good news. Xbox does it all the time. They hide the sales of their games. They hide the sales of their hardware, and we know that's not good. Because remember, when we finally got the sales accurate, we got the sales at the end of, oh my God. Oh, I just thought about that fucking video. You remember that video, Chewitty? When we finally got the sales report and it was from CNBC and they told us what it was doing in Japan and we got the fucking number.
Mm-hmm.
CNBC Japan Xbox sales YouTube video.
Here's YouTube.
Actually, I really love to fight with
That's okay, but you fighting with the wrong person.
Sold more than 2 million of the Xbox One.
Oh, I got the video too. This shit about to be funny. I don't mind. I don't care. I fight with my own subscribers. I will fight with a PC or Xbox dude. If you're wrong, you're wrong. You're not gonna say my facts or opinion because I don't do that. I'm not gonna do that, bro. What I gave you was facts. I gave you that when a developer gives you that type of outline, necessarily it's not good news. Especially at 5 o'clock in the fucking morning. They're gonna announce 5 o'clock in the morning where most gamers are not even up. We're gonna merge Luminous back with Square. That spells success? That means that everything is fine? But then at 9 o'clock in the morning, they talk about Final Fantasy 16 and everybody forgets about Forspoken again. It doesn't mean Forspoken was a bad game. It just means it wasn't the success that they can even talk about. Think about this. We know Forspoken is a AAA game, so we know it cost a lot. If they announced that it couldn't even hit 1 million in 1 month, that's a failure. But they're not going to do that. So they didn't give us the numbers. And they never will. When people give out the numbers, that means shit's going good. Sony does it not all the time either. They do it, but not all the time. We don't have Forspoken. Sorry, we don't have Horizon Forbidden West numbers. Doesn't mean it was a bad game. But compared to Elden Ring or Elden Ring's impact, it could have hindered the sales. So it may not be a financial success as Sony wanted it to be. It's already on PlayStation Plus, which is also not a good thing. But overall, we know the game was one of the best games they released, and it was the definition of what this generation was supposed to be about. But I cannot say it was a financial success because there are so many facts that point to it not being a financial success. If I can admit that about a game that I love and I platinum, you can admit that Forspoken is not a financial success. Liking a game is not going to stop, liking a game is not going to make it a successful game. And a game not being successful is not going to stop you from liking it. I love Horizon Forbidden West. I love Days Gone. I got a platinum on both of those games. Those are two games that PlayStation did not jump to give us a sales report on, and we know it was not a financial success. Do you remember the information had came out where Naughty Dog was supposed to absorb Ben Studios, and Ben Studio was going to be working on Last of Us, and Ben Studio rejected it, and they didn't want that. But Sony did not want to say that they had a financial failure, so they didn't close Ben Studios. Ben Studios is still there, but they're way, way smaller than they ever were. And a lot of the fucking studio leads left the company. So again, bro, we cannot sit up here and say something's successful just because we love it. Not even on the PlayStation side.
Hey man, I can continue to argue with you, bro. That man's not stopping.
I can't stop either. Let me see right here. You say PS5 generation shared and PlayStation does not release their numbers until they reach a milestone. Okay.
So
Hold on. I don't need him to be confused. You know, people get confused. I'm not jumping on nobody. Let me do this myself, man. Okay, so look. You said they don't release their numbers until they get to a milestone. So God of War was able to get to what, 11 million in 2 months, right? They gave that number. Horizon didn't get a number. It's been over a year. Explain. This is a game I just featured on a Gamecast. This is a game I platinum. This is a game I love. And I'm sitting up here and telling you a game that I love, I can admit that it was not a financial success. Not like God of War. Not like The Last of Us Part 2. Not like Ghost of Tsushima. But it doesn't mean it wasn't a good game. It was a great game. But we have to admit when things aren't going right. There were a lot of factors last year. We didn't have a lot of PS5s in stock. More people wanted to play Elden Ring than Horizon Forbidden West. It's going to be a slow burn. Through time, Horizon Forbidden West will get the numbers. But the game going to PS Plus almost less than a year after it came out is not helpful to the sales that we want as fans. So we can accumulate a number for them to be proud enough to give us a final number. Now, this is something I predicted. True Woody was there when I predicted that Horizon Forbidden West may not be as a financial success as the first one. Because they shattered the community. And I believe I'm going to take a big W on that by the end of this year. Once, I hope, we finally get the sales numbers. But if they wait until 2 years to give us the sales numbers, that's going to be weird. Now, True Woody, we did have some patterns for the calendar. And the patterns were as followed. We have one secret pattern that I will share with the subscribers at this moment. If you're not a subscriber, you can scurry off and leave, but please do not leak this information to other YouTubers because this is my information, and if it does get out to other YouTubers, I will know they stole it. So I will be giving a prediction out, and this prediction is coming out this week. I will give you the specific day and why I will give you that specific day in just a little bit.
Hold on. Accurate respondent says, okay, does that mean Horizon Forbidden West is a failure? That is what you are truly saying, J Tech, and he came back again and said,
yes, it does, and I'm okay to
and
say
he
that.
Says they have a
in comparison to the first Horizon Zero Dawn, it is a failure because it obviously sold less. Remember, God of War sold 3 million in 3 days, right? On God of War 2018. Well, God of War Ragnarok, what was the sales? It didn't sell 4 or 5 million in 3 days, which would have been a new landmark. It did something else.
It sold way more. Oh my goodness!
In 3 days?
God of War Ragnarok. Yeah.
What was that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you what was the milestone they had give in 3 days. They didn't give one in 3 days. Monday, when we got Monday, they didn't give us an update. I know because we covered this shit. They didn't give us an update for a while.
God of War Ragnarok? No, but when they did, it wasn't that long after, and it was
How many copies did God of War Ragnarok sell in 3 days?
I don't know about 3 days, but it
how many copies did God of War Ragnarok sell in 3 days? No, that was.
I found another response. 3.1 million copies. According to GamesHub, by comparison, Marvel's Spider-Man sold 3.3 million copies in 3 days during its original debut on PS4, and God of War sold 3.1 million copies in its first 3 days.
Troy, that's why I keep trying to tell you to let me finish, or you gotta take your own L. They're giving out outdated information. Google is not always on script. That's why I'm looking. I have to manually look because the only one that they have, I'm going to put it on a camera, is the most noticeable one, which is the one that we got from 2018. If you look right here, this when I ask about Ragnarok, they give me God of War 2018 and they say 3.1 million. We know.
Oh, okay.
You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You gotta wait. I need to scroll down and see that if we got an update, but we did not get a milestone. We never got a milestone for 3 days. We got a milestone for 2 months. We didn't get a milestone for 3 days.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, we cover this shit all the time, so I know we didn't. Here we go. What we did get is that God of War Ragnarok sold 5 million copies in 1 week. That could be 5 days or that could be 7 days.
Which basically means
it didn't sell. It didn't outsell God of War 2018 in the 3 day rate. It didn't, because if it did, they would have let us know. They waited for either 5 to 7 days to say, "Hey, it sold 5 million in a week." Either it was 5 million in 5 days or 5 million in 7 days. The fact remains that's a little bit less than, it was 3 million in basically a weekend, 2.5 days, right? So it did 5 million the second time around with Ragnarok, and that was 5 days or 7 days. That's more days to accumulate a bigger number, but it's still not bigger in terms of 3 day success. It's understandable. Look, it's understandable. It doesn't mean it's a bad game. It's understandable because we didn't have a lot of PS5s on the market. So
if they're talking a week and not including the weekend, a week starts from Sunday to Saturday, apparently, according to my job. So for business days, it will probably be from Monday to Friday. So that's what they're talking about. It's only 2 days away from the other.
They say in its debut week. What does debut week mean?
Well, the time it launched.
How long was the debut week?
Here are some results from the web.
Debut week. First week numbers, Billie Eilish. Seems to be something that they do a lot. Long story short, it wasn't bad. It's just, it wasn't 3 days. They were like, hey, we're going to do a week. Because a week is better, right? In a week, whether it's 5 days or 7 days, you have a lot more chance to get that number. So it makes it even look better. Will God of War Ragnarok outsell God of War 2018? The world will never know. Because PlayStation is pretty big on putting games on Plus a lot quicker than they ever did, ever. Because they never put Horizon Zero Dawn on Plus that quick. Not after the first year. That was extremely quick. In my personal opinion, I think that Horizon Forbidden West should have still been out there trying to gather up how many sales it could get. Our pattern, we got 56 people, so if that number can go down from the people that are not subscribed, because you don't need to listen to this information, because I do not want you to leak this information to anybody else for them to take credit on my prediction that will probably be accurate. Okay, let me go and search one thing in private.
That was still shit.
Said Forspoken officially fail.
Oh my goodness.
This nigga came out of nowhere, fucking cat lover.
Discord.
Oh, well, look, I believe Forspoken, again, it followed the same MO as what happened with Saints Row. The developer said, hey, we're still going to release the patch and make the game better. With Luminous, they said, hey, we're still going to release the patch to make the game better, and we have promised content. Saints Row had promised content. They said, I don't think they really confirmed. I looked at the statement, by the way, True Witty, and Volition's statement, they did not acknowledge that they had content and they did not make any promise on the content that they did not acknowledge. So, their statements were a little bit different. When it came to Forspoken developer, they got merged back in with the parent company. When it came to Volition, they got merged back in with the parent company. So, no loss of jobs, everything, obviously we know it's not good, but we can't say that people lost their jobs and the entire studio got shut down as a result of their last game that they released. So I think that's why, some PlayStation fans or fanboys are like, hey, no, Jay, you can't say that, bro. It wasn't a failure. However, God of War got a sales number after a week, right? And that was Ragnarok. God of War 2018 got a sales number after 3 days. How many copies did Horizon Forbidden West sell?
Here is some information for, did Horizon Forbidden West sell well? According to Push Square, Horizon Forbidden West has been named the UK's 4th best-selling physical game of 2022, beating out competition from LEGO Star Wars, The Skywalker Saga, God of War Ragnarok, and Elden Ring to land in the top 10.
Yes, that was current information that we had read today, if I'm not mistaken. So we know that Horizon sold well. It was like 500,000 copies in the UK alone. Elden Ring was like at 800,000. God of War was just above it at like 600,000. So Horizon Forbidden West sold very well. And
I think it's dumb that they just don't announce numbers unless it hits
hold
like
on.
a crazy number.
We actually I think we do got a number. Horizon Forbidden West has reportedly sold over 10 million copies. This is 2 months ago. But there's no source for that. It's found on
it's not factual.
It's found on Reddit.com. It's no source for that. So did Sony come out and say, that Horizon Forbidden West sold a specific number? No. And when Sony doesn't do it with a big IP like that, come on, we have to acknowledge that it probably didn't sell the way that they expected it to sell. Horizon Zero, this is what they said. This is in February 11th, 2022. Sony says Horizon Zero Dawn sold 20 million copies ahead of Forbidden West. So, if Horizon Forbidden West is selling at a slower rate than Horizon Zero Dawn, Sony is not going to want to give us an update because people are going to put 2 and 2 together. Now, this is something I was predicting. So, Sam, even though the reason for it happening wasn't the same, it actually still happened. And that is that, some games that did go to PC, it's not the reason, but it did go to PC and it is selling, the sequel is selling worse than the original.
Okay. Here's my rebuttal. Remember they came out with The Last of Us 2 numbers? And it was way late, but it was still their best-selling game ever.
Yeah. So look, that's why I wanted to say, that's why I wanted to give you guys my prediction, my secret prediction before it is about to happen. And I needed to get a little bit of information, so hold on.
I was going to mention, I think they're not announcing the numbers not because of their own personal, continuation of the IP. They're comparing it to, their entire IPs in general. So, right now, God of War is the top dog, right? You really don't see anything announced besides God of War. Ghosts and The Last of Us were, a year later. Or 2 years later, whatever.
Yeah, there's something I have to find. If I can get the date, but I think the date was there. And then this is what it means. If I get the information, then this means that we have a pattern on our hands for this week. I'm going to go with the loose information that I have. And the information I have is around the day or on the day that Herman revealed that Horizon Zero Dawn was going to PC. And that date is March 10th. He also said that his birthday was around that time period. March 10th is this Friday. We could get a sales report this Friday, but what we also need to understand is that the NPD happens between the 11th and the 16th of every month. The 16th will be next Thursday. The 11th will be on Saturday. If we was to get
Craig,
sales report or
what's up? No, Craig Tech guys in the chat.
What's going on? If we were gonna get like an update for Horizon Burning Shores, or let's say around the time that we get the information for Horizon Burning Shores, will be a great time for Guerrilla Games and Sony to finally give us a number. The number I'm expecting could definitely be 10 million. 10 million in 10 million in a year or a year plus. That wouldn't be bad for Horizon Forbidden West. But we don't know.
Henry, if it was at 15 million, Sony would shine that at the books up, bro. I don't think it's at 10 million yet. Because if it was there, Sony would be shining that shit up.
Craig, those statements are awesome, right? But if J-Tech was to say those statements to an Xbox fan, and then an Xbox fan was like, well, you don't got a number, what do I say to them? So I'm going to ask you the same thing. If you give me the statement, right, and we don't have a number, like, how do I just use that? I'm like, hey, well, it was the best-selling in UK. It was the 10th best-selling in the worldwide. People are not going to take that seriously coming from somebody like me, so why should I take it seriously from you? You see what I'm saying? I used the same logic on Twitter yesterday. I said I have sources saying that this is happening. Out of 3 of the first comments, one person asked me, where are your sources? Now, when Lumberjack Ride did the same thing about he had sources, his article got picked up by 5 different gaming publications. So all I'm saying, it's not acceptable for everybody. And in my personal opinion, that's not acceptable.
Who the hell is that?
It's the dude that spreads rumors that never comes true.
Why is a publication picking this shit up?
Have you heard of the rumor Sony is gonna acquire Take-Two? He started that shit.
But why would anybody believe him?
Because they're fucking thirsty for news, man. It doesn't really matter if they believe it. It's gonna make people click their articles. Hey, Karen, you're still fighting. Let me see. You say if the information is not from Sony about Horizon Forbidden West sales, you can have all your opinions about saying it's a failure, but we don't have an official from Sony. Well, that's why I was trying to say to you. I'm trying to level with you. Days Gone never got an official number from Sony, so what do we say? Do we continue to wait until the end of time until they give us a number, or do we?
The creators already gave you the number, dude. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, we already have proof this isn't necessarily.
No, I'm just saying, like, we know that if Sony doesn't really want to give the number from their mouth, not the creators, that they don't think it was good, right? They wanted to merge Ben Studios with Naughty Dog. That means that they didn't think it was a good look on the company. It doesn't mean the game was bad. You know that I know the game is great. You know that.
Yeah, we're talking about strictly the sales.
Yeah,
they tried to merge them because they thought the game was bad, not because of the sales.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
But they didn't want to make the game look good by giving out the sales. If the developer says the sales were that good, what was it at? I think it was 8 million.
Here's what I told you before. They're comparing that shit to the general sales number, not like the number in a particular franchise. So unless a game sells crazy like God of War, dude, we're not ever getting an announcement right away. That's really what it is.
That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to let a current know. It doesn't mean Horizon's a bad game, but if a game's not selling like that, they're not going to give us a number.
Totally undersold the other one either, Zero Dawn.
No,
I think we're going to find out on Herman's birthday this Friday, or next week during the MPD.
Hopefully,
yeah, because either he's going to give us a number, or he's going to talk about Burning Shores this Friday. But the fact remains is his birthday is this Friday, because this was the same fucking day that he gave us the information about Horizon Zero Dawn finally going to PC. We had the rumor, remember, from January and February. When it came around to March, he finally gave out the number and he said, yeah, this is my birthday, blah, blah, blah. It's really going to PC. And then he gave this long-ass PlayStation blog article about, yes, just because this is going doesn't mean the other one's going. I never forget that.
Akron, you're fighting so hard. Do you actually play Horizon?
Stop arguing with the man. He's not going to answer the question. This is all about Forspoken. He's trying to prove that if if Forspoken is not on the same realm of Horizon, then you can't say that Forspoken was a failure. I know what his logic is, True Witty. That's why I don't want you to intervene. He's trying to get me in a I got you moment. Literally.
Forspoken didn't even make the top 20.
That's what I'm trying to tell him. Forspoken is not on the level of Horizon, but Horizon's not on the level of God of War, so they don't want to talk about it. Now I'm hoping that Sony at the end of the series for The Last of Us, they can give a new number on The Last of Us before they bring it to PC.
And goddamn.
Nobody's saying Horizon is a failure. We're just saying it didn't sell good enough for Sony to talk about the sales.
Accurate is assuming J-Tech is saying it's a failure.
It's not a failure.
I thought he's about Forspoken.
I'm talking about Forspoken, but I tried to give him a comparison that if the numbers are not like really, really good, a company may never give you the numbers like Microsoft. Like Microsoft will never give you the numbers because they know it's not good compared to other things. So they stopped giving out numbers.
That's why they do that.
So yeah, I said the same thing about Forspoken. We don't got Forspoken numbers after a month because it's obviously not that good enough to talk about.
It probably did feel. Forspoken probably did feel. Like
it doesn't mean the game. That's what I'm letting people know. Just because it was a financial failure and it didn't sell a lot does not mean the game was bad. It just means that a lot of people didn't pick it up. Days Gone was a great game, but when it first came out, a lot of people were scared to pick it up. But it was a great game.
Bro,
Horizon Forbidden West isn't a failure, but it isn't a great success.
Dude, if you compare that to a Microsoft game, it is a great success.
It is a great success. The barometer? That's what I'm letting people know. They have to be parameters. They have to be comparisons for you to understand stuff. Now, Horizon versus God of War is better. That's the game they're gonna talk about. It's selling a lot. They're good. Horizon was early in the year. God of War was later in the year. They still could push it. They could still talk about it. It's a bigger success. It got more awards, blah, blah, blah. When Horizon turns around and gets more awards, they push the fucking expansion pack, and they got the VR game. They could probably revitalize the sales of Horizon Forbidden West. However, I do wish they would have waited to put it on Plus because I'm not sure how many people are going to buy it now that it's also available on Plus for the game catalog. A Disturbance in the Force official teaser trailer. I don't know what that's about.
Wait, isn't DICE Awards the end of this month?
DICE Awards, really?
Yeah, I thought it was the end of March.
I'm not sure.
So they got shafted.
Horizon Forbidden West got shafted at the awards. Oh yeah, it did. Of course.
Oh, at the stupid Jeff Keighley award, right?
No, Jeff. I call it something.
Ah man, they did change April into a black girl. I didn't know that. I didn't watch the fucking new Ninja Turtle shit. Well,
they changed April into a black girl.
Yeah, she's a black.
Hold
on. It looks like she's a black nerd, and she may be a lot fatter than she used to be. April used to have like big tits and nice hips, and she was a adult reporter. Now it looks like she's a teenager, and she got geeky glasses on.
They're gonna kill every franchise they own, bro. Like these companies are gonna kill every franchise.
Hey man, it is what it is, man. I believe deep down, if we could find a way to blame this on True Witty, I think we all can walk away. We could all walk away with success in our hearts.
Jay,
what?
I'm gonna blame all of Nintendo's failures on you.
Is that fair?
Yes, because you are Nintendo.
How did Elden Ring win Outstanding Technical Achievement?
What?
The fuck? Am I looking?
What is that? What does that even mean?
Won a lot of the awards.
Okay, Lorenzo said he blames True Witty. Okay, how about this? If we all blame True Witty, then we can just walk away from this.
Blame Woke Witty.
Hold on, you talking about the game that couldn't run properly on a 49?
Yeah, the one with the PS1 texture. All right. Now I'm gonna go back to eating my cereal.
Don't eat your cereal, Sam. It's fucking 1 in the evening.
All right, so this award was stupid too.
Okay, Sam, can you take a look at the screen?
Yeah.
What do you see?
It's red.
Yeah, you have a controller thingy.
Okay. Do you know what a controller is?
What?
What?
Stink.
Okay. Go look at the screen again, and you should see a number. Right.
All right, 46.9 million.
Okay. So this was the number that we got, and this was 3 years ago. Let me get the specific date. This was in 2019, October 2019. At that time, PlayStation had already got to 100 million, right? But we got this number because the generation was almost at the end, and Microsoft had to give out a number, right? Finally, they were forced to give out a real number. And CNBC was able to obtain this number because they didn't want to give it to the public. But CNBC, when they made this beautiful video, they finally gave a number worldwide. The video was all about why Xbox failed in Japan. But because they talked about that, they gave us a number that we had all been searching for the whole generation. Microsoft didn't want to give it out because it would make them look bad. If PlayStation had 100 million and you only sold under 50 million, that would make your system look bad. So I can understand why Square Enix did not want to give out the sales number of Forspoken. No one's saying the game didn't sell. It probably didn't sell good in comparison to other games, whether from their back catalog, from other games that the developer had made. So you're going to hide these numbers. And when you hide numbers, obviously it's not good. So that's all I'm saying. It comes down to Forspoken doesn't, yeah.
I don't know if you want to take this seriously, but Fredman says PS5 firmware update this Thursday. Hype.
I don't get my info from him. No disrespect. I mean, Predman, unless you start putting links, like, we just gonna read your stuff, but we can't like regurgitate it as fact. Like, we just, you know,
we can't.
Yeah.
Where do you get it from, though, Predman?
I mean, he just maybe he's the English is broken. He's just saying he's excited that maybe we will get the firmware update this Thursday. But I don't think he's saying that it's actually happening. But maybe he is. But I don't know. Like, I don't know. But I can't like get that info from Pred on the chat and go around the internet and say, "Oh shit, we're getting an update." Predman said it. Or I say, "Hey, we're getting an update on Thursday." And guess what? People are gonna ask JTech. Who told you? Where's your source? I don't get the luxury of just saying shit and people believe me. I have to do this. Over here. I got to put up the info so y'all can see the shit. So again, at the end of the generation, we got a number that Microsoft was hiding. Microsoft hid the number because things were bad. Forspoken, been out for a month. God of War got a number after 7 days, or 5 to 7 days. Forspoken been out for a month, doesn't have a number. Horizon Forbidden West doesn't have a number. But we know it sold good because we got the statement from the UK. It was like the number 5. It was beating Lego. It was beating God of War and all of these different things. And we found out that it sold 500,000 copies in the UK alone, which is like only 200,000 copies behind Elden Ring and 100,000 copies behind God of War, which is really, really good. But worldwide, we still don't know, you know, we just still don't know.
Hey, Sam.
How many copies it sold.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
God damn it. Uno. That's the only word I know. Uno.
Dos.
Forspoken El Stinko.
Cuatro, cinco, yes. What you call it? Hey, did you hear that the origami developers yeah, I'm coming. Wow. All right.
Sorry for Woody.
He's got his packages of Game Pass just came in.
No, what I was about to say is that the origami developers, they're shutting down. So,
I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know that was because of Game Pass. Yeah.
Game Pass killed the developers.
They didn't get enough from Game Pass.
No, they
But
didn't get
see,
no. The
I
Game
don't
Pass
think
still
we
didn't
ever
have it.
got a specific percentage on what developers are making from Game Pass.
They definitely didn't
And you
get
never,
like
and you never
the
will.
Wukong package.
Well, you never
Nah,
will
they ain't get
because Microsoft doesn't care.
They got like half an
But
apartment. or
Wulon is
something.
doing really good. People on PC, PlayStation, they're picking it up. People seem to really like it. The Metacritic score is really good. You know,
Yeah, but Origami was good too.
That was a sequel, right?
Origami has 3 games, but apparently all of them were on Xbox Game Pass.
Can't they use that in the CMA show?
Oh, they can, and I think they really should though.
That's great timing.
That's fucked up time because
so I'm
Microsoft
on
said,
Twitter
yeah,
right now, and it seems like Xbox fans over the last 5 hours have started to get Starfield to trend on Twitter, but there's no new information on Starfield. On why
Are we
it's
supposed to get the thingy or whatever? The direct?
Yeah, the special direct.
that hasn't happened yet. There's not even no news on when
Yo,
that's happening.
don't tell me they're gonna delay this game another year.
I think so too. I wasn't thinking that before, but I don't think it's going to be delayed a year. But I think it's going to be delayed until like probably
Next year.
like holidays. No,
Next year.
holidays.
I mean, what if
Next
they
year.
show us it and it looks exactly the same, you know, the way we saw it before? They'd have to delay it then.
Yeah, then yeah.
Well,
after
True
that,
Witty told me that people gonna accept it as is because people on PC are just gonna fix it. So, but
no, they'll fix it. On
but the
PC.
game
That's a
still
guarantee.
has to run on the Xbox Series Switch.
It still has to go on Xbox. So they would have to delay. Because think of it like this: before they didn't have to worry about it making any sense. It could be broken on PC because the PC could fix it, but now they have to sell a console. So that's the problem. They have to try and sell a console now, so it has to work on the Xbox day one.
At least they only got to worry about that one platform.
yeah.
I'm
they don't
not
gotta worry
understanding
about
it.
that
Like,
one.
why are
But
people?
that one problem's the problem.
Yeah, but why are
Especially the
people
S.
like making this? Why are people making the game trend? Like, I'm confused about why are they trying to make Starfield trend when there's no news? Like, why are they setting themselves up for disappointment?
I've seen some troll posts. Maybe that's why.
I do see those.
Like, when are we getting it? This isn't supposed to come out. What's happening?
I think Xbox fans hyped themselves up. They thought it was coming out in the beginning of the year. They need that game. As a fanboy, they need it. But they forgot that the developer said that's just coming out at the end of the year. Or, well, was it last year when it was supposed to come out at the end of the year?
No, it was
That's far, right?
no, it was last year. It was supposed to come out last year at the end of the year. But with the what you call it, the showcase that they had, it was supposed 12-year thing, 12-month thing. It was supposed to come out. It was supposed to not come out in probably June, because July, because July will be the 12 months after they did that.
Karen,
Oh,
Forspoken and Horizon
I don't
Forbidden
know.
West was selling at a different
God
fucking
damn, this
rate.
nigga's still going.
Yeah, he's still
This
he's
nigga's
still
still
trying,
going?
bro. Like, look, bro. How about this, Karen? How about this, bro?
That's
I'll give you
hilarious.
some props. Give me your PSN. We'll go look at your PSN and see that you play Forspoken, and we'll give you some props on the channel, and then maybe you can stop, bro. But right now, bro, you're up there trying to say they're two of the same. Bro, Forspoken making it on number 7 on the first week versus Horizon being number 1 on the first week. They're not the same.
He's looking at another list.
What list?
Because I saw that top 20. Forspoken wasn't in it.
No.
he's gotta be thinking
That
of
was
another list.
that number. That was from 2022 games.
I'm talking about the recent one we just saw like yesterday.
That was from 2022. Go read it. True Witty got tricked by it too.
Hold on, no, yeah, it was 2022.
Those were the 2020,
Sorry.
the best selling 2022 games.
I mean, in general, have you seen a chart besides that first week or whatever?
No, it's never charted after that week, bro.
All right, so I mean,
And when it was number 7 on the first week, I knew it was bad, bro.
Horizon charted every freaking month.
Yes, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell him.
All right,
You know what? You about to get destroyed, bro. I got GameIndustry.biz right here. I'm going to click it, refresh it. We're going to go find out the this week's bestsellers. And if Forspoken is not there and Horizon's older, you're going to have some problems. Because you're trying to say they're on the same level. They're not. One was really, like Sam said, was always on the sales chart. Always. Forspoken, to the best of our knowledge, it only hit the number 7 sales chart of the UK for the first week, and then every week after that, it disappeared.
Forspoken only hit number 7, and it never.
And we got a sales report because guess what, guys? I told y'all between the 11th and the 16th, we start getting sales report. Human Fall Flat moves 40 million units worldwide.
Damn.
Game is up.
There you go. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh, Human's Fall.
We got sales data from Horizon Forbidden. Sorry, not Horizon. Hogwarts Legacy is Europe's fastest selling game that isn't FIFA for a generation. So we did get the European. We got the European sales chart. Hogwarts is on top. Yeah, Hogwarts kicking everybody ass, bro. It's the fucking Elden Ring of this year.
Yo, the boycott got destroyed. The boycott got destroyed, bro. Like,
okay, this is what they're saying. Hogwarts Legacy already the 6th best-selling game of the last 12 months.
That's insane.
In the UK. So
it's only been out like 2 weeks.
All I'm gonna tell you, Current, you have 2 more minutes to not take a L. Because once I click both of these fucking links and scroll down to check the chart, and Forspoken's not on there after a month and 2 weeks, you're gonna look silly, man. So save yourself and just say, hey, they're not the same. If you keep saying they're the same, bro, you're gonna take a major L. And I don't think you're a member of the channel, so you're gonna take that L, bro. And then you gotta have 2 more fucking L's to take. Yeah, you gotta have 2 more L's to take, and then you get the belt. Right now, Cooper Clips has the belt. Let me see. So right now, the European GSD. Remember, the MPD comes out between the 11th and the 16th in the United States. The GSD just came out. And this is what it says. The GSD February 2023 is as follows. The top 20 games. And listen to this. In the top 20 games, Forspoken should be here. If this is what Sam was talking about, we gonna have some fucking problems occurring. February 2023, top 20 digital and physical European games. Number 1, Hogwarts Legacy. Number 2, FIFA 23. Number 3, Grand Theft Auto 5. Number 4, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Number 5, NBA 2K23. Number 6, Red Dead Redemption 2. Number 7, The Last of Us Part 2. Number 8, God of War Ragnarok. Number 9, Atomic Heart. Number 10, Mario Kart 8. Number 11, Borderlands 3. Number 12, Dead Space. Number 13, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Number 14, It Takes Two. Number 15, Nintendo Switch Sports. Number 16, The Last of Us Remastered. Number 17, WWE 2K22. Number 18, Sid Meier's Civilization 6. Number 19, Gran Turismo 7. And number 20, Minecraft Nintendo Switch Edition. Where the fuck is Forspoken? It's doing so good. It's only been out a month or 2 weeks. Where is it?
Hey, man.
That's
I don't think I can even.
And this is February 2023, European top 20 digital and physical sales. So there is no excuse.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap.
If you want the link, don't worry, buddy. I'm going to put it in the chat. But guess what? I'm going to divide this 1 L into 2 L's because I'm going over 2 different fucking links. And you should already be at 3 L's for arguing with me. I'm just saying, you're arguing with somebody that's going to go get the information. He's not going to back down, bro. I'm not that type of person.
Bro, I don't know why he keeps arguing with you, though.
So how about this? We're going to go into the second link, and I'm going to give you the information as follows. The PS5 sales surged over 300% in the UK during February. UK sales game chart. Horizon Forbidden West. Sorry, I read that wrong. Hogwarts Legacy, already the 6th best-selling game in the last 12 months. Blah, blah, blah. We're doing that. And we have a sales chart as follows. And this is what they're saying. UK. GSD February 2022 top 20 sales chart. It's the same game list, right? So two different articles with the same game list. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna just scroll down. We're gonna go get the new sales data, and then yeah, that's what we're gonna go do. Because I want to get the sales data for. I want to get the sales data for this week. So we got this, and this lost. Okay, that's cool. We got that information. Main offices in Japan will be. Okay. We have a red alert, and it seems like it's going under the radar. But we had just talked about Square Enix and how I feel like they're gonna maybe go move with PlayStation. It looks like Square Enix main offices in Japan will be relocated to Shibuya, currently based in Shinjuku. The move is poised to take place November 2024. So, where Square Enix has always been will now move. Now, again, we can say that it's never, this is good news, this is bad news, it's what you want, whatever you want to say. But the fact remains, if I go search Shibuya, and that is where Sony offices are, then, because again, I'm going to do something that other people are going to do. I'm going to make sure I do the research. Sony. What do we got?
What's good? What's good?
Hold on, I got some important news. I'm gonna talk to you in a little bit. We got a pattern. We got a pattern. Hey, Boca Loca Cat Lover, you there?
Yeah, Billy Bob.
So Square Enix is gonna be moving to Sony Square because that's where Shibuya is. The Sony Square. If you missed it, I was talking about if Square Enix keeps getting weak, PlayStation can pick them up. This is news no one else is talking about. It's on GameIndustry.biz. It's not big enough for anybody else to talk about, so they're not going to talk about it. It's called Sony Square Shibuya Project. Now, it's currently closed. That's what they're claiming. It's currently closed. But we don't know if it's closed permanently or project is permanently closed. If that's wrong, you can suggest. So it may be closed. So maybe Sony gives that building to Square.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? That's definitely a fucking pattern. Why would Square move somewhere that they've been all this time and then they're gonna move to Shibuya, which again it has association with Sony? Interesting.
Jay, I'll talk to you about this later. I just gotta go finish this.
Okay, man.
But that sounds pretty interesting. I was listening. That sounds pretty interesting, man. All right, bro.
That's good to know, man.
Woodox is out.
Woodox is out. DJ D with the $80 billion super chat for Game Pass. What's going on, man?
What's good? What's good? I was listening, and I agree with you. Don't get me wrong. I spent my money, and I played the game, and it's a flop. You gotta call a spade, man.
What game is that? Which one?
You know what you was talking about.
You gotta say the name.
No, I won't say it.
You gotta say the name. I've taken enough flack from from the Forspoken shit. So if you talking about Forspoken, say it. If you're talking about okay. I'm about to say.
I bought it. If you look at my gamer profile, I buy the game. It's just a flop. That's, I mean, everybody. I mean, it's what it is, man. I like Days Gone. A lot of people didn't, and it's a flop. In the eyes of Sony, it's a flop. I'm sorry. You just gotta call a spade a spade. You know what I mean? It's just what it is.
Okay, Take-Two, we got news right now. Take-Two is also cutting jobs in the private division. The publisher says impact on United States dev teams is minimal, and it has started legal process outside of the United States of America that could result in further layoffs. So I don't know what that adds up to.
Trying to make the books look right, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're book people, Jay.
Trying to let them books look right.
I am trying to find the sales.
He said
report.
it was a flop in the eyes of Sony.
What
game
is?
He's right because they tried to merge them.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Days Gone.
Oh, yeah. In the eyes of Sony, but it doesn't mean that it didn't sell good or the game wasn't good. Yeah.
Supposedly it sold pretty well.
Yeah, but we know that after some sales data, was it last year or the year before, where the sales data came out and it reflected that Sony does give bonuses based on how good a game does on Metacritic? So just because a game does bad on Metacritic does not mean it's a bad game. But if we looking at how Sony judges it, it's like, hey, well, you'll get bonus if your game does good on Metacritic. But if
nobody got bonuses,
yeah, so Horizon, in the eyes of PlayStation, it did good, right, on Metacritic. But sales-wise, I don't think it did as good as they wanted it to. But I don't think it was a financial failure for them, right? You know. But I just don't think it sold as much as it should be. I am desperate to find the third link, because if we can find the third link, it will let us know. It will let us know what I need to know, and that would be. Let me see. So that's Wulong UK sales. I'm trying to find the Wulong sales chart because we got the information, but I don't know what the UK sales charts was. So they say Wulong is already Team Ninja's biggest ever Steam launch, which is not a big deal because the PC fans had Neo and Neo 2 and they refused to buy the game. So I'm happy for Wulong, but I don't know if it's as big as a deal as that statement implies. So this is the thing. I'm gonna go see if I can get the sales number or the link, because people have been giving out the sales number for Wulong, but they haven't been giving a link. So that's my problem. My only problem when I go to game industry, when I search shit, it's like it's not telling me what I'm trying to look for. Okay, I found it. They had it under this weird title. Hey, Boca Logan, they had this weird fucking title. And the title was Hogwarts Legacy narrowly denies Metroid Prime Remaster the #1 spot. UK sales chart. Like, why just not call it UK sales chart every fucking week? Like, bullshit. But it's interesting that Hogwarts did outsell a brand new Nintendo game. That is pretty impressive. So I guess this will be the third link that I was looking for. So this will be 3 L's for you, Current, since you're so fucking hard headed.
Wait, he came back?
No, I'm pretty sure he's lurking around there, but he got to get his L's, bro. And this is what it's saying for the third link, which should have been the first one. And this is the UK box sales chart for last week. It says Hogwarts Legacy, number 1. Last week, number 1. Metroid Prime, number 2. Last week, doesn't count because it's a new entry. FIFA 23, number 3. But last week it was number 2. God of War Ragnarok, number 4. Last week it was number 4. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, this week is number 5. Last week it was number 5. Kirby Return to Dreamland is number 6. Last week it was number 3. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is number 7. Last week it was number 9. Wulong Fallen Dynasty is number 8. Last week it didn't count because it was new. Minecraft Switch Edition is number 9. Last week it was number 10. And Grand Theft Auto 5, for some fucked up reason, is still hanging in there at number 10. Last week it was number 12. So Wulong is coming out at number 8 during its first week. Forspoken came out at number 7 during its first week. Let me ask everybody in the chat, including the current, if you're still existing in the chat. Do you believe Wulong is going to go up or go down on the sales chart next week? Because if you come in at a very, very low number, you may drop. You know? But Wulong is getting some nice, good success from people live streaming. And I've noticed that some people have picked up Wulong after the game had came out. So that's why I was asking, you think it's going to increase or decrease? If the game is good, it's going to increase. If the game is not good, it's going to just keep dropping.
Yeah, they were smart with that.
Yeah. You know, PC community is helping, PlayStation community is helping, Xbox did nothing. So sadly, it would be nice if Xbox fans were buying the game so we could expect it to go higher if they were currently at what they're at now. But they're at where they're at because the game launched on Game Pass. And it only sold 4, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Yeah, Wulong Fallen Dynasty. They said 90. Oh, wow, that's bad. 96% of the physical retail sales were on PlayStation platforms. Although box sales of the game are low, we'll have a better idea of its performance once the digital data comes in. Now, I'm crazy. Yeah, I'm confused though. When the digital data comes in, it's still gonna reflect positively on PlayStation because the game was on Game Pass, and nobody on Xbox obviously buy games that are on Game Pass, whether they're physical or digital. So it's almost like it's a PlayStation exclusive, but it's really not fair. You know?
That's crazy though.
Yeah.
Like PlayStation is just holding up the industry.
I was about to say the same damn thing.
That's a damn shame though. For us as PlayStation gamers to be supporting everybody. That's some bull crap. Microsoft should, you know what? I was saying the same thing when I was listening earlier. They needed us back out.
Yeah, y'all, you see what's on screen, right?
They ain't moving the industry forward.
Exactly. You remember this when we got this information in 2019? They were trying to hide the sales data all generation, and we finally got the data, and it was at 56 million consoles sold when PlayStation had just reached over 100 million. It was like it was no competition.
Oh my God, though.
Rick Jones, what's going on? You say, Jay, P.S. Rise of the Ronin looks like a better game. PS5 exclusive. True. It does look like it's going to be a better game, graphics-wise, animation-wise, attention to detail-wise. I think it's going to do very well. PlayStation fans may not be so skeptical about supporting it, but PlayStation fans do like Souls games. That is something that's very obvious. Lorenzo, you said an Xbox marketing game getting trounced like that says a lot. Exactly. Again, 96% of the people that picked it up were on PlayStation, but we know the game is not selling good because not Digital Foundry, gamesindustry.biz just told us that the sales were very low, sitting at the number 8 spot as soon as it came in the door. It launched at number 8. It didn't launch at number 1, it launched at number 8. Hogwarts is still number 1, even though a new Nintendo game came out. It's still number 1. We know Hogwarts is selling good because we got a number and it was 12 million. What was it, 12 million in 2 weeks? It's a fucking big ass record too. And it's still selling like fucking goat cheese. Goat cheese. People love goat cheese. Let me see. Game Pass is ruining games. It's ruining the entire games industry. They didn't
No. You need to take it further than that. Damn.
Whoa. That's right. When did Wild Hearts come out? You remember? Nobody?
No.
Yeah, nobody cared you.
Shut up. Wild Hearts UK sales. I think is it weird to acknowledge that Wild Hearts and Forspoken are on the new list? And Wild Hearts came out recently. Look, if your game comes in at a low spot, it's just going to drop further down. We have to acknowledge if a game didn't sell good because they're acknowledging it for us and they have the data. So Forspoken hasn't been on a list since it fucking came out at number 7. And then every week after that, it
ain't going to be on the list.
Yeah. However, you know what's really bad, bro? I'm smiling right now, but it's gonna be really bad. The NPD is next week. So the UK's version of the NPD, the GSD, came out this week. So the United States NPD is next week. It's not gonna be good for Forspoken. So if y'all really want to say Forspoken successful, don't worry, bro. I always get a W. It might take a while, man. It may take days, weeks, years. But if I know I'm right, I'm fucking right. So, you can come on back next week when we get the NPD sales data and we see if Forspoken is on the NPD. Or how high up is it on the whole NPD for the national games? For all the games for all platforms. Not specifically PS5, because if they're talking about games, Forspoken may be up there. I don't know if it'll be the top 10, but it could be up there. Akira Comeback. It's just gaming. Even I done took L's. Yeah, I mean everybody take L's, but you can't. I mean, if you want to leave, you can leave. I'm not gonna stop you from leaving, but you can't sit up here and say everything that you're saying is right. And I'm presenting facts. I'm presenting links. I'm reading off real statements. We're not saying that Forspoken's a bad game. We're just saying that people didn't want to pick it up. And we don't know why people didn't want to pick it up. But if you love Forspoken enough, maybe you can tell us why you think people didn't pick it up. Hey, bro. Always mad gaming. I know how it's going to be this year, bro. So let's get back to some gaming. We've done a good amount of news. I just wanted to give you guys a visual update on what's going on with Hogwarts. I'm sitting at the 51% for the trophies. I have 27 trophies for Hogwarts out of the 46. A lot of my stuff is like in the 90% for gathering like all the collectibles. Yes, all the collectibles is at 99%. I'm doing really, really good on clearing the way for the platinum. Discover all Karn dungeons or Charn dungeons. That's 80%. Complete all side quests. That's 91%. Breed every type of beast. That's 91%. Spend all talent points. That's 94%. Collect all collectibles. That's 94%. Like I'm doing really good. So after this stream, I'm gonna get back on Hogwarts and finish some stuff.
I gotta go in there, man. I just stopped after VR came out.
Hey, man, I know. That's why I told myself. I was like, I gotta do this. And Games for Eternity, True Witty, I know the game sent me a notification yesterday night, and I was busy, or Hogwarts, but I think he wanted me to play Wayfinders. But I don't like Wayfinders because it's like an NDA. They got like copies of your name and then some numbers or some shit. So I couldn't really. That was a little irritating. So I had to stop playing the game. So hopefully when they bring out like an open beta, they don't have that little code thing going across the screen. That's kind of weird. But yeah, man. You know, if somebody tries to hold back sales numbers from you and there's no other data to go off of, there's no way for you to say the game was successful. At least with Days Gone, at least with Horizon Forbidden West, we have, you know, Horizon Forbidden West was on the sales chart for a while. Days Gone was on the sales chart for a while, but with Forspoken, it was on the sales chart for the UK for 1 fucking week, and it was number 7. And then after that, we never heard or saw it referring to sales ever again. So maybe we'll get lucky with the North America sales chart for the NPD. Other than that, like, if it's not on any of the charts next week for the NPD, it's really not gonna look good. Right now, you know, as far as in the UK, and it means a lot because the actress for Forspoken is from the UK, and no one cared, and they didn't buy the game, bro. Like, they're buying Hogwarts because the whole game is the UK. I was telling True Witty that if the actress was from the UK, she has a beautiful UK, you know, like British accent, right? Then why not have the setting, her hometown, be London instead of New York? I think that was something they definitely should have changed because their version of New York did not look good. In my personal opinion, I think it could have. I mean, after you play Spider-Man and you obviously visited New York, like myself, multiple times, you know how New York is supposed to look in real life, and you know how it's supposed to look in a video game. So, yeah, their version of New York did not look good to me at all.
No, that ain't New York.
You played it, right?
Jersey, man.
Yeah, I did not like that, bro.
That ain't New York at all. That's a small city right there. That ain't New
Seattle. Chef, you said, I gotta remember. Who burped? Who did that?
DJ.
No, he crazy.
DJ, stop burping, man. Come on, man. That's
the
not
cat
nice.
guy did it. Oh, you know that.
Okay, I got you, Seattle Chef. We don't normally do it, but we gotta get it. We got you. The sales chart. We gotta get let's go get the sales chart for Japan real quick from 5 days ago. And this will be Kirby when Kirby came out.
Kirby.
So bloogity bloom bloom bloom. Oh, Wild Hearts was at number 15 5 days ago on the sales chart, and then Like a Dragon was number 3 for PS4. Like a Dragon for PS5 was number 4. So that was really good, and they were debut games, so you know people gonna love their Yakuza. So that was good. Hogwarts Legacy is in the top 10 on the UK. On the Japanese sales chart, and that was at number 6, and that's the PS5 version. Also in the top 10, the PS5 version of Octopath Traveler. That was good. And Octopath Traveler for the Nintendo Switch is number 2. Octopath Traveler for the PS4 was number 11. It just missed the top 10. Wild Hearts is number 15. Horizon Call of the Mountain was number 16 for VR 5 days ago. And obviously PS5 was the king of Japan last 5 days ago. And yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to go see if we got a new sales chart. If we do have a new sales chart, then what I will do is I will get that information. But because this is 5 days ago, we may not have the new sales chart for Japanese sales for the next 2 days. So I will, yeah, because that was March 2nd. That was March 2nd. Yeah, we gotta wait. We're gonna have to wait until a couple more days to get this week's. So about Thursday, when we come back, we would probably have the new sales chart for Japan. But as of right now, this is all we have for 5 days ago. But I can confirm that I did not see Forspoken. If you see Auto Chef, if you want me to look for Forspoken for other weeks, I can go down the list of other weeks in the sales to see if Forspoken ever survived. But Gran Turismo 7 was at number 15 5 days ago, or let's say last week. So yeah, so this was March 2nd, so whatever March 2nd is last week is what we're going to be covering Japanese sales chart on. I'm going to make sure I start to cover this going forward. So, yeah, that will be Thursday. Yeah. So, on the 9th of this week, we'll be covering the Japanese sales chart again to see if Forspoken is somewhere. I know that Boca Loca really liked the game because it had cats and it's his game of the year. That's what he said.
Yeah, I'm not that J-Barry guy, so please don't say that.
Oh, okay. Let's go back 1 week and cover the sales for February. Wait, when did Forspoken come out?
1999.
DJ D, when did Forspoken come out?
What's it, the 18th?
The 18th of what, January?
Yeah, I think one.
24th.
The 24th? Damn.
Yeah.
Wait.
Well, we got a couple of, because I don't think Forspoken is gonna be on the recent Japanese sales chart. Okay, so I'm going down. This is the week of February 13th to February 19th in Japan. Hogwarts Legacy, number 1. Number 2, Wild Hearts for PS5. And Hogwarts was for PS5. Number 3, Pokemon. Number 4, Tales of Symphonia. And let's just focus on PlayStation. Tales of Symphonia again. Number 8 for the PS4. And number 11, Gran Turismo 7. Gran Turismo 7 is doing good in the UK and Japan. Even though it's an older game, it's still up there. And that's probably because of the VR. And the updates. It's really doing good on the updates. Let me see. It's like a rhythm final bar line by Square Enix. It was number 16 for the PS4. And then that's it. Everything else is Nintendo Switch. No. Wow. Sam, listen to this. Horizon Forbidden West was on the list. Number 26. And this was the week of February 13th, 2023 to February 19th, 2023. So Forspoken is obviously still, Horizon Forbidden West is still alive. Forspoken, not so much. We're going to go to the week of February 6th to February 12th. We're looking for Forspoken in Japan. Couldn't find it in the UK. It dropped off the sales chart. But UK is only covering 10 games. Japan is covering 30 games. So if Forspoken's not in the top 30 in Japan, that's not good. This is the week of February 6th, 2023 to February 12th, 2023. PS5 Hogwarts Legacy, which was a new release at that time. I'm going to go to the next couple PlayStation games. Number 9, Gran Turismo 7. Gran Turismo 7 was in the top 10 as if it just released, even though it had released all last year.
Look at that, Billy Bob.
Look at that, Billy Bob. There we go. Number 16, Horizon Forbidden West. What was it that made Horizon Forbidden West sell so good? What was it? What was going on there? It seems like it got a sales burst that week and the following week. Okay.
More constant.
Yep.
PS5 version of Witcher 3, Complete Edition. Number 19. By the way, if you didn't hear that, Horizon was number 16 that week in Japan. And then we got, oh my goodness, there we go. True, we found them. We found it. Forspoken was number 24. And Horizon was number 16. Horizon's a much older game. Forspoken literally just came out that previous month. So Forspoken came out January 24th. This is the week of February 6th to February 12th. So the following month, the early part of the following month, Forspoken had already started to slip. Like really, really bad. And that is literally the last PlayStation game. The last game for the top 30 of that list is Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury in Japan. So that was PlayStation's last game in the Japan top 30. And that is not good news when old games like Witcher 3, Horizon Forbidden West, Gran Turismo 7 have outsold a new release. If you guys, for whatever reason, you're not believing me, I got you with the link. Go click it. Oh,
don't
you
count
said
the game if it's in the bundle, I think, right?
No. What do you mean?
Like, you know, those bundles, Ragnarok, whatever, they don't count those as part of the sales for the individual games.
I have no idea for certain.
But it's sworn they announced there. I looked at it.
Yeah, I think so. But, you know, some people do, some people don't. I don't know. Like,
no, I saw that guy Chris Drink say that doesn't count. Like, this separate thing.
Yeah, but, like, sometimes people could count it in the UK and not count it in Japan. Or I don't know. That's why I don't want to say something like, because he's saying that it doesn't count, but sometimes they could count that shit. Especially if you're charging more for the bundle, you're covering the cost of the game, even if you're not covering the full cost of the game by the price of the bundle. Like, the game could be $70, and you charge the bundle instead of $400, you charge $450 for the digital Horizon Forbidden West, or if you do the PS5 physical, you do $550. So it's not covering a complete cost of Horizon Forbidden West, but it's still covering some cost. So I guess you could count the number. It really did, Mary Wilcox. Forspoken, if we're looking at the Japanese list, you was going up against Mario. You're going up against Story of God damn it. You know what they did? They released Story. Oh, never mind. That's right. They released the Story of Seasons, aka Harvest Moon: A Wonderful Life remake, on Nintendo Switch. It's coming to PlayStation and Xbox later this summer. I was about to say, and you know, people really do like Harvest Moon games. And that had been out for a while, and that was number 11. Zelda Breath of the Wild, all of these Nintendo games. They're still buying them as if they're still new. I don't understand it. Like, goodness, man. I mean, kids are born every day, I guess. So, we're now about to go into January 30th to February 5th. And I'm guessing that Forspoken should be within the top 10 for the top 30 list, but we will see. The first PlayStation game is not, well, Boca Loca, what are your thoughts on this?
That was a God of War.
No, so this is the top 30 games for the week of January 30th to February 5th. And the first PlayStation game is number 11, and that's Forspoken. So Forspoken, for the second week that it was out in Japan, it wasn't able to hit the top 10. No, sorry. It's not at number 11. Dragon Quest was at number 11. Forspoken is actually at number 12. So Forspoken, for the second week that it was out, it was at number 12. Right behind it is Gran Turismo 7. And then the next PlayStation game is One Piece Odyssey. And then One Piece Odyssey for PS5. Horizon Forbidden West is still hanging down there at this point in time at the number 28 spot. And then that's it.
Dude, GTA and Horizon have long legs. Wow.
Yes, they do, man. Even in Japan, which is really impressive. I mean, we know, about Gran Turismo, but goddamn. So now we're going to be covering the Forbidden West. Nah, damn, I'm saying it all wrong. The Forspoken week of Japanese sales. And this will be the week of January 23rd to January 29th. And Forspoken launches at number 3 for the PS5. It's beat out by Story of Seasons: A Wonderful Life, aka the Harvest Moon: A Wonderful Life remake, and number 2, Pokemon Scarlet. So Forspoken wasn't able to beat an old Pokemon game and a remaster of a very, very old game in Japan. That is my personal opinion, not everybody's. That's piss poor. I think a new release of a new IP should definitely beat an old ass Pokemon game that was already on the market long enough to get 4 million sales in Japan, and a remake of a game that doesn't allow the developer to use the original name. Wow, that's fucked up. That's weird. So it debuted in Japan at the number 3rd spot, sitting at 29,000 copies sold, which I believe is very low even for Japan. Then we scrolling down to see what the next PlayStation games are, and they're all bunched up down here at the bottom. And that would be number 5 with Disgaea 7. Sorry. Number 25, Disgaea 7. Number 26, Horizon Forbidden West. Number 27, One Piece Odyssey. All of those are the PS5 versions. I didn't see Gran Turismo this week. Oh, never mind. Gran Turismo is number 14. And that's obviously the PS5 version. Wait up. Is there only a PS5 version of Gran Turismo?
No, it's cross-gen.
Well, in Japan, they never bought a PS4 version enough for it to chart. I've only been reading the PS5 version of Gran Turismo 7.
They just want to experience the premium version then.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm seeing the same thing with Horizon Forbidden West. Yeah, Horizon Forbidden West is always the PS5 version, not the PS4 version. It's almost as if they're not even selling the PS4 version in Japan. It's weird. But this is like what? We covered 4 weeks, right? And Gran Turismo 7 and Horizon Forbidden West have been hanging on in the top 30 in Japan, which, again, I think that Forspoken could have been good enough to do that, but I don't think the game was good enough. And I think that if you're giving this game to the Japanese gamers and they know the game's not good enough, they're not going to buy that shit. Let's be honest. They're not going to buy that. If they know, they know. They ain't touching that shit. Like you said, long legs for Gran Turismo 7 and Horizon Forbidden West. Like, really, really long legs.
Dude, they're saying that console's up 400% year over year in Europe. I didn't realize the numbers were that crazy.
For PlayStation?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because last year we weren't in a good spot. Like, they didn't have a lot of PlayStation. So I can understand why Horizon Forbidden West is selling better in Japan, selling better in Europe, because, it's available to more people. But I really wish Sony would have held off putting Horizon Forbidden West on Plus until after the DLC was released, or right near when the DLC was released. You know, what do you think they're gonna do with the DLC? You think it's standalone? Do you think you need to actually own Horizon Forbidden West and buy it to get the DLC? Because I remember there were a couple games where they released the DLC, but if you got the PlayStation Plus version of the game, you couldn't play it, like Final Fantasy VII.
No, I mean, I think they've always done the separate, right? Ever since the Infamous one first light. You never needed the games.
Yeah, you did.
Did you?
Yeah, you needed the game.
You needed the Infamous base game?
No, I'm talking about Horizon. Horizon Zero Dawn, you needed the base game.
Okay. You needed that to play Frozen Wilds.
Yeah, and you needed the base game of Final Fantasy VII to play the expansion. Remember?
Also, Ghost of Tsushima, you needed the base game.
You needed the base game to play it. So it's gonna be interesting what they do. Maybe they release the DLC and they like bundle it together like Ghost of Tsushima. It'll boost the sales, something like that. It'll be cool. I want
did it the reverse.
Yeah, I want the sales to do good for Horizon, but I'm looking at UK and Japan. They're still buying the game. They didn't seem to care that it was on Plus or it was heading to Plus. So, but that was like weeks ago before we even knew it was going to Plus.
Man, Sony gamers are different. They want to own the game too.
Yeah, Lorenzo, I agree. I don't think Forspoken is a horrible game, but bro, throughout the rest of the year, it's gonna be hard for even some of our favorite games in the early part of the year. Like Hogwarts is doing good and really, really good. It's the Elden Ring of games right now. But later on, when Final Fantasy 16 and other games come out, it'll drop. I don't think it's gonna drop off the list, but it's gonna drop. Everything drops, but some things drop a little quicker than others. Has anybody saw Karen? I would love an apology. No? Okay. Don't worry.
Back on.
When I see him again, I'll be sure to save all these links on my computer so I can pull them right up and send that shit to him. Okay, how about that? Yeah, that sounds good. Before
you might never come back again.
Why? Because you're wrong? Everybody's wrong once in their life, or more times in their life. I've been wrong a lot.
I thought it was you asking for his PSN that made him disappear.
I did ask for his PSN. Maybe that's why he disappeared. If you gotta defend the game, you should let us know why you're defending your game. I love the game so much. Do you? Check your PSN, you got a platinum. Okay, it checks out. I understand why you love the game. I'm not gonna talk about Hogwarts and not fucking go after platinum. I didn't do that with Days Gone. I didn't do it with Horizon Forbidden West. I didn't do it with God of War Ragnarok. I didn't do it with God of War 2018, Spider-Man Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2018, Death Stranding Directors. Get the fuck out of here, man. No, you don't fucking cap for that shit and you don't platinum the shit. That's not what you do. We got a red alert from a Mr. Meowski. He says, my owner won't give me cat food. Please feed me.
He's right in front of me. He's not saying that at all.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe it was
looking around.
Maybe it was somatic. So I'm going to the red alerts and I'm going to post on our Discord red alerts all of the links for the UK sales chart information that we got from GameIndustry.biz, because they are important, because they are also letting us know, like Sam said, that PlayStation, Hogwarts is doing good every week, but goddamn, PlayStation it's its best friend, because PS5 sales surge over 300% in the UK during February. Like, that's crazy, man. And then they said what? Xbox Series X and S sales also increase month on month, but not year on year. They neglect to give that part. That
a nice short increase, short.
Yeah. What's going on, bro?
What's up, guys? Man, I'm still looking for fucking some MMA gloves to show on screen next time. You know.
Are you fucking serious? You were serious about that?
I'm trying to show myself with some MMA gloves and shit in my room. You know, I'm a short guy.
Are you serious? You trolling or what?
Bro, I'm trolling, nigga.
Oh, okay. Because I gave you, I said Amazon has boxing gloves. I got, bro. Do you want to see my MMA gloves? I have fucking MMA gloves.
Yeah, but Jay,
nigga, I have them though. Like, I mean, if I need to fight, like, shit, I got them. They was cheap.
Yeah, but the point is, you didn't catch the troll, Jay. You fucked that one up. It is what it is.
Oh.
So, any big news today?
A current got destroyed and then he ran, but I got him. Nah, he kept the Forspoken shit. He was like, I was like, bro, if you can't measure sales and you can't measure reviews, then how do you measure success? How are you going up against me saying it wasn't successful if the developer's not giving us any of the information is successful? He was like, well, until they officially come out with the information, you can't say that. Well, what if they never come out with the information? Does that mean it's more successful? No, that means you're hiding information. That's why I have the screen up, because this is what happens when you're hiding information that we already knew was bad, and it finally comes out and it makes you look bad, worse. You know? Like, so we had, you know, we got this information for Xbox One sales. PlayStation 4 was already at 100 million. Xbox One wasn't even able to get to 50 million by the end of the gen. Like, that shit was really, really fucking sad. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, you can get some MMA gloves. Did he have like the boxing gloves, or did he have like the short ones like these? With the fingers hanging out?
I don't know, man. I don't really need any gloves.
I think you do. I think you do. Yeah, no, I think you do. Get him. You never know when you have to defend your house against Xbox. Yeah, Xbox might try to get you. Some zombie ones. They might try to knock on your door and get you. Eat your brain so they can figure out why PlayStation's so good. You talked about Titcha new gameplay earlier. No, because it's not my cup of tea. But because it's going to go to Plus, I might try it out. But it's definitely not my cup of tea.
That game was pretty cool, honestly.
We'll see what's going down on the going down. Overwatch 2 is doing a crossover with One Punch Man. And we had just talked about a One Punch Man mod on God of War for PC, and it seems like they are actually doing a One Punch Man crossover in Overwatch 2. I like that anime is getting so big that this type of stuff is happening, and it's so weird, but it's happening, and I love it. They got a Common Rider? Oh, shit! That's awesome! Oh, now I know why I saw that image on my Twitter, bro. I ain't gonna lie, this looks really fucking cool. Hey, Games for Eternity, do you have Overwatch 2?
Nah, I don't have Overwatch.
I'm not gonna lie, I always liked the art style, but I just didn't like the game.
But the fact that they got Gina's going on there is pretty interesting. It's pretty cool. Pretty dope, actually.
This is pretty fucking awesome. That's really fucking cool.
He's a good fit, I will say.
Yeah, that was a nice fit right there. I like what they did right there. That was pretty fucking cool. Okay.
They can add that to FORTNITE now. I'm just kidding. Nah, they ain't gonna do that. It's already on there.
Someday.
They don't even have One Punch Man Saitama on there, do they?
No.
I don't think they do. Yeah.
See, anime is a big thing in the United States now. It used to be like you're a nerd or you're a geek if you had watched anime, but now it's like it's different. Okay, so what we got? This is the Tchia game. Now, one thing I noticed about Tachia is when we saw the game last time on the State of Play, it looked so fucking clear. It was like really, really clear. Like good resolution, good frame rates. Not the biggest fan of the art style, but
Same.
I was wondering, do you get to make your own character or do you have a predetermined character?
No, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure that's predetermined. Yeah.
But you get to, like, basically get to take over anybody.
Yeah, seems like it, and it's like a Breath of the Wild type of game, pretty much. Right? A more cutesy, more childish type of Breath of the Wild game without actual combat.
I think a lot of people gonna have fun with the guitar because remember when the guitar was on Last of Us Part 2, people were really doing real music.
Yeah, that game is about to get a really good. That game is about to get a high rating.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. Let me see this. You said what?
That game's gonna get like an 85 rating, bro. Watch and see.
This
it's gonna
game
get a high rating. I bet. Mark my words.
All I'm gonna say right here, if you're looking at the screen, I ain't gonna lie, bro. That water look really, really good.
Oh, absolutely.
It may make me play this game because that water, bro. What I've noticed about this game, the colors pop. It could be the TV, but the colors pop ever since the last State of Play. It looked really clear. It looks like it's gonna be interesting. Again, not the biggest fan of the art style. I wish they could have had a little bit more detail here and there, more realistic, but it looks like it's gonna be fun. I'm not the biggest musical gaming fan, so I think PlayStation Plus was a good fit in order to get more people to play and try this game. But I do feel like this could definitely get some good scores. I don't see any reason for people to shit on the game.
Are people shitting on the game?
No, I'm just saying when it comes to reviews.
Yeah. I mean, unless it's like very glitchy, there should be no reason to shit on it.
That water looks really good. I like how it's glistening.
Like a technical mess, right?
It looks like it's gonna have a good day and night cycle. It's gonna be really nice.
Yeah, do you see they added Sifu's costume to the game?
You said what?
They added the Sifu costume. You see that?
Oh, in this game, yes, I did. So I did see that. Yeah, I did see that. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, even though it's not even the same dev, huh?
No, it's just it's more like hey, here's a partnership. We work with this dev, and I like that. That really goes well with what PlayStation's trying to do with indies.
Yeah.
So what's going on? The Grimoire Once More demo trailer.
Is the demo out yet?
Oh, nigga, nah. Please don't tell me this. Please don't tell me this is a game by who I think it is.
That's Vanillaware, bro.
Oh, my...
I'm not even watching the stream, but I know what you're talking about. I know all the JRPGs.
Hey, bro. Sony need to pick them up.
Oh, yeah.
Sony need to pick Vanillaware up, bro. I saw that art style and I already knew. Every time I see their shit, it make me want to go back and play Dragon Crown, and then I get a little lost and shit. But I can get back on there and finish it up. So what type of game?
Did you ever play 13 Sentinels?
Huh?
Did you ever play 13 Sentinels?
I own it, but I wasn't feeling it. But I think I think I own that shit. Let me go see. I think I own that shit, bro. Or Sam owned it, or something like that.
Which one?
13 Sentinels.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, okay. It was you that owned it. Okay. Are they still gonna let me play the game?
Yeah.
No,
why not?
They're not.
What do you mean?
I probably gotta go re-download that shit from your account.
Oh yeah. Just that's what you gotta do.
I did notice in the recent years they did try to go away from the hack and slash shit. So they kind of they don't do as much of those. I think this demo that we're talking about is a little different from their normal games. So We got damn man, it's almost 3 o'clock already. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, the Grimoire game is there. Also, if you got VR, it looks like the PlayStation 5 VR Drums Rock, which seems to be a game very similar to Guitar Hero, but for PlayStation VR. It has a demo currently available. So if you have PlayStation VR 2, it looks like this Drums Guitar Hero game is available. Interesting. And there's a Star Wars demo that's also available. And a football. That's one of the things I'm going to say right now about PlayStation VR 2. They have so many demos available. So you actually wouldn't have to buy a lot of games, you know? You would just have a lot of fucking demos. That's really, really fucking nice. I miss the age of demos, man.
So what was that age?
About PS2, PS3. They had a lot of demos. I like that Vanillaware doesn't give a fuck about people and they make what they want to make. So what type of game is this? Bro? It looks like it's a little bit different from their traditional games. Games for Eternity?
I think he's stuck in purgatory again.
He's stuck in purgatory. Well, I wanted to get Sam to start doing reviews for the channel, if you don't mind. I wanted you to do a review for Cactus Cowboy Plants at War. Thank you.
Refuse.
Okay. Oh, that seems to be a PlayStation VR 2 game. Cactus Cowboy. Look at this dumb shit. Not every game. See, this is what I'm saying. I need every game to not look like this on PlayStation VR 2. So, I know there's a lot of shovelware. The system just came out, but it does have a lot of games, but not everything is this bad. But there will be games that bad. It looks like they did redo the Rec Room for PlayStation VR 2. So, I think that's pretty cool or whatever. I think that's like a first-person view PlayStation Home alternative or something like that. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Hey, Sam, guess what, bro? I did not know that. Natural Disaster Report 4 Summer Memories is available for PlayStation Plus. I had no idea this was on Plus.
Did they put it in the extra tier?
I guess I have no idea. I'm just scrolling through and I saw a Plus logo beside that shit. And I was like, wait up, what? Oh my goodness. Guess what they got? They got Power Ranger outfits. It's free? Oh, yeah, bro. Okay, I'm giving away free content. Wait up. All the content is free? All the outfits are free?
Everything's free?
Everything's free. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It looks like I'm going to be playing Disaster Report because they're giving away all the free, all the DLC is free. This game's been out for a while and it's probably like almost dead. The karate outfits are not free, but everything else is. Let's see. They have some epilogues. You know, they have epilogues, different epilogues and shit that are there. Epilogue 1, Epilogue 4. All of these outfits are for men and women. So I just want to let y'all know they got all types of outfits, swimsuits, all that shit, bro. Like all that. Santa Claus outfit for the girl and the guy. Policeman outfit, maid outfit. Look like they got a detective outfit. Wow, that's interesting, man. Okay, I had no idea. The total price of that game is $60. And they're giving it away for free, and most of the DLC is free. What's going on, Cooper Clips? The individual that used to have the belt, I'm now giving that belt to a current whenever he comes back. So don't worry, you no longer have the belt.
What did he have the belt?
He thought that the anime character from the Baki anime was coming to Tekken 8 based off of a fan-made trailer from somebody obviously on PC. And then he gave me the information. He said the character's coming out on Tekken 8, and it wasn't true.
Done.
He didn't know it was a fan-made trailer. And then I had to go do all this research to find out if the character was really coming, because I didn't get any announcement from the developer. So I was like, wait, what's going on here? There's a game called Bunny Raiders. Bunny Raiders. It's a free game, and I have no idea. Looks like something that could easily be on cell phone, but I'm seeing that the shadows, obviously the frames per second and the resolution are super high, so it definitely is a PlayStation game. Interesting. Okay, so we're gonna go over to PlayStation Plus and go see what they're giving out. It's a lot. Man, we just PlayStation is just, bro. It's like, what the fuck, bro? You saw that they gave us Quarry, Sam? They gave us Quarry.
Yep, that's totally it.
Like, goodness. They gave us the dog shit Outriders too. I mean, it's crazy. They have a game trial for this game called Bonfire Peaks. What the hell is Bonfire Peaks? I have no idea what this is. It's gotta be one of them indie games. Yeah, it's one of them very super pixelated indie games. Okay, we're good. We're good. Sam, they got the Cobra Kai 2 Dojo Rising on trial. If you want to play that trial, the Cobra Kai.
I already got it on PC.
Oh, how you like it? Is it good?
Give it a 5.
5 out of what?
5 out of 10.
Oh shit!
It's just a cash grab, man. It's not really well done or anything.
Yeah, I miss those type of games though. So Battlefield 2042 is now available on PlayStation Plus. Anybody plan on wanting to play that? Want to team up? I'm gonna be downloading it later on. Code Vein is on here. So again, if anybody wants to play Code Vein and do co-op, you already know I was on there hardcore in January. I still have stuff to do, but I can help out, So Code Vein is by the makers of they're by the makers of God Eater and Scarlet Nexus, and then they did this game. So they're good with action. Think of this game like a vampire-based post-apocalyptic Souls game. So if you like Souls games, post-apocalyptic, and your character being a vampire in a anime-esque world, you're gonna like this. Okay. And for some stupid-ass reason, Microsoft agreed to give us Minecraft Dungeons in order to make it seem like they're not gonna hold games from us, even though we know they're gonna hold games from us. If I could block games from being on my dashboard, this would be one of them.
Yeah, bro.
Hey,
they ain't slick with that Minecraft dungeon shit.
They're not slick with that shit, bro.
I peeped that. I peeped that too, man. I was like,
that game just looked, bro. That game looked like dog shit, and I've never really liked what they did with Minecraft, But I'm good. I'm gonna get Battlefield because, and I know I don't got enough space for it. So go on and already tell me I don't have enough space. Exactly.
This dungeon is just an expansion.
Huh?
The dungeons you were talking about?
It's an expansion for what?
For Minecraft.
Well, that's illegal. I already know you don't have enough space.
Minecraft, I ain't never been like, ugh. That shit's so childish. the graphic style is beyond ugly. Yeah, people might think it's charming and shit. I just think it's straight ugly, not charming, bro. That shit ain't charming.
Yeah, I do, but I said we can go ahead and downstairs.
Is that true, Witty?
Nah, that's
Bro, you know that don't sound like True Witty.
Yelling at him to get back on the horse or something.
Oh, bro, what the fuck? I already knew I wasn't gonna have enough space for the fucking Battlefield. I'm putting it on my hard drive. Let me go see how much space I got for real. I already knew it. I was like, bro, when am I gonna run out of space? I was doing so bad too. I knew I was doing bad on space. Minecraft Dungeons is extremely generic. It could be some fun with others, but hella trash alone. Yeah, I'm not touching anything from Minecraft. I know what Phil Spencer's thinking about doing when we all go on Minecraft from PlayStation Plus. He's gonna get on the fucking blowhorn and say, "Hey, look how good Minecraft is doing," and not give us credit. Like, I'm not stupid, bro. We know how that shit goes. Like, we already know how that shit goes. Like, they do that shit all the time. You know, hey, you know, look at how good the game's doing. Like, okay, well, it's from Microsoft. Is it doing good on Xbox? No, it's not doing good on Xbox.
It's not. Uh-oh.
What?
What?
You talking to a cat again, Sam?
I think that was True Witty's horse trying to communicate with us.
So they say I got 400 gigabytes of games on my hard drive for the PS5 hard drive. I'm confused because I must have let more games in there, and that's not what I want to do. Not any big ticket games.
What do you got, the 2 terabyte?
I got the 2 terabyte, but I'm about to look and see what's on my PS5 hard drive. The hard drive itself. I'll check the 2 terabyte hard drive in a little bit.
They got some incredible offers. Yeah, they dropped off since the start of the year, those prices.
What's the highest one we can do? 4?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna be looking into getting a 4. If I do get VR by this summer, I'm gonna need a lot of space real soon. Okay, PlayStation, you gonna let me see? Or no? It would be nice if you let me see what's on the fucking hard drive, man. Yeah, Jay. A 4 terabyte is the highest one. I got one. Good shit. There we go. Thank you. I'm not looking for I'm looking for what the fuck is on the hard drive that's taking up a lot of space. Gran Turismo. Demon Souls. Spider-Man. Sackboy. Sackboy goes away. Sackboy, you're going away.
Hater.
I haven't played it in a while, and I don't know when I'm going to have a team to play with, so I'm going to put it on the external hard drive in the meantime. There you go. Put it on the external. I still got, they say on the external, I still got 1.24 terabytes, so that's still really good, right? Yeah. Yes. It's only 30 gigabytes. Go put it over there. That's the best thing about having this 8 terabyte. You can just store shit over there until you need it again.
You got an 8 terabyte, maniac?
Why am I a maniac?
I didn't even know those existed.
They exist in my mind.
Wait, they got 8 terabytes?
Yes, they do. They had a 8 terabyte external hard drive. That's what I have. I've been using it since the PS4 Pro.
Because I prepared for the apocalypse.
I was fucking prepared.
All right.
Not everybody else was prepared. They were like, "Oh, it's not gonna be digital." I'm like, "Yeah, well, you know, in case it is digital, at least I can carry all my games with me, you know, to the future." Bro, everybody's 2 and 4 terabyte SSDs are gonna be running out of space later this year, man. You got Final Fantasy 16, you got Spider-Man 2, you know, if you got Hogwarts. I mean, I don't think the game's gonna be like costing a lot of space. It's just we gotta have so many of them. All the VR titles, you know.
Yep, including the new game called Catnip Slasher. You know that shit's dope.
What?
You heard of Catnip Slasher? Bro,
Okay.
I know.
Kick this guy
You
out.
heard that game, right?
Hey, bro, I saw
Fam,
you playing
come
a
on, man.
turn-based RPG
I'm
from
interested.
what game was that you was playing?
Oh, that League of Legends game?
Is it out?
That game been out. That game came out last year.
What?
Yeah.
Are you serious? I was waiting for that.
Yeah, they just dropped the PS5 version a few days ago, so I went ahead and picked it up.
Oh, man, so why you do that to me? I was asking you, was it out? Like, was it out on our platform? Oh, so it's new. It's new to us.
No, it was on PS4 last year.
Really?
Yeah, they just came out with a PS5 version. Late, yes, late, but it came out.
Okay, I gotta check that out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that on my cart.
Bro, the game is fire, bro.
I already know. I looked at that shit. I was like, yeah, that's just fucking nice, man.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
Don't worry, guys. They telling me I only got 80 something seconds until it's finished. I mean, this process is always very fast, like moving one game to another, so to another place. So I'm gonna move, you know, Sackboy, and then I'm gonna see what's up with Gran Turismo, because Gran Turismo's taking up the most space, and normally I don't have Gran Turismo installed because I wasn't playing it for a certain amount of time. But because I started to like the game more, I have it on my hard drive. But I also got to figure out what's on the SSD taking up a lot of space. So I don't think it's Hogwarts, but I think it's some other games that I put there that I forgot was there.
Most likely Dreams.
Dreams is a PS4 game, bro.
Doesn't matter.
God damn it.
Look at this, man. This shit used to be 184. It's $84 now for just this SSD.
For the 4?
No.
For the 2?
Yeah, the 2s and the 1s. No, the 4 got discounted from 534 to 464.
Not bad. I mean, when you're looking at how much space you're gonna have, that's really good. It's the power of the cloud at the end of the day, you know.
This thing was 309, man. Wow, they just totally ripped us off with those.
That's what they kept saying. We should have waited. I mean, I remember I split mine in part. Like, I got the SSD, but I brought the shell for like $20. Yeah. Everybody else was buying the SSD with the shell, and that's why they were boosting the fucking price. But if you would have got the shell, if you would have got the SSD and then got the shell, you could get the shell on Amazon as well, and then like put it together yourself. Man, you would have been good. That's what I did.
Yeah, when I bought it, it wasn't too much of a difference. That if I would have waited a month, because I picked it up in December, I would have gone to like $100 cheaper.
Okay. There's something games and apps in console storage. Movable to what's the name? So are these the games on my console storage? Movable to SSD. Oh, no. I want to see what's on the SSD, and then I move that shit somewhere else.
Happened to Akron. I think he disappeared in the video game land, Ghosty.
What happened to who?
Your BFF, Akron.
Oh, a current. You call him a crant.
That's what he said.
I thought you spell his name a current.
I like a cramp better though.
Okay, his name is a crant. I don't know. I asked him for his PSN, then he ran out on me. I don't know.
Oh, he left like a Looney Tunes character.
That's why I ran out of space. I had reinstalled Saints Row, literally to help True Witty. That gets deleted. Wild Hearts can stay. I got a couple more hours.
What happened with Saints Row? Were you helping True Witty find L's on Saints Row?
Oh God. He needed help on this mission, so he asked me to re-download it, and I helped him, and then that's it. So let me see. That's getting deleted. Forspoken demos getting deleted. I don't know why I still had that. I got nothing to prove on that shit no more. Let's see. Hot Wheels. I actually don't play that, but I've been wanting to get back on and play it, but I need to find a time. Kenna is still on my SSD for unknown reasons. Rogue Company is on the SSD because I want to play it, but then I can't find the time to play it. And I don't know anybody else to play it. Does anybody else play Rogue Company?
Which one?
Rogue Company.
Never heard of it.
Okay, just delete it.
I'm pretty sure you've heard of Rogue Company, bro.
he heard of it. Wayfinder
seems so generic. It sounds like
yeah. Wayfinder gets deleted. Asterigos, I downloaded it back to see the additional content outfit. That's good. I can delete that now. Multiverses, I did re-download that, but somebody did send me an invite to play that, so maybe I'll check that out later. Octopath Traveler 2 demo. It's not gonna really matter if I keep it or not. Let's see what we got. But right now I got over 125 games that once I delete, I'm gonna save up 125 gigabytes of fucking data. Okay, Pedestrian, nobody cares. That. I think we're all good. So Saints Row, Forspoken demo, Rogue Company, Wayfinder, and the Asterigos are all getting deleted to save me 125.1 gigabytes. There we go. And that's how we save space. Doesn't Saints Row has a lot of space? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Doesn't Saints Row has a lot of space? Saints Row 2022 has a lot of memory for no reason.
Yeah, we should call it Saints Row.
Oh, that's a good one. No, Rogue Company is good, Cooper Clips, but I deleted it because nobody said they go to play it. So I'm downloading Battlefield, so we'll be playing that. Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you fucking doing on my hard? What are you doing on my hard drive, Sackboy? I literally just put you somewhere else, bro.
I didn't.
I did. I just put that motherfucker in external. By the way, wow, they got a Gran Turismo Sackboy outfit. God damn it. Like, every time I want to let you go, Sackboy, you find a way to get back into my heart. And I don't like it. Sackboy, I ain't gonna lie. Sackboy really do got a shitload of fucking outfits and shit. Sam, how do you think Sackboy did? You think it sold good?
Yeah, I think it sold well enough. Not anything extraordinary. I thought that was the most underrated launch game they had, to be honest.
It was really good. It was really fun with more people, but it was really, really nice. The music, the graphics, the art style, all that was really well done. Gran Turismo outfit for Sackboy. Wow. Okay. A little late, but I accept it. Something happened with Gran Turismo that boosted the sales, and it possibly could have been the VR, because I saw a lot of VR videos on my timeline. And I think
I figured the stocks in the VR.
I think it made a lot of people want to go buy the game. They're like, wow, it looks that good on VR. Well, maybe I should buy it, and wait for it, for myself to get a VR. And I think that's a good idea. Like, pick up Gran Turismo 7. It's definitely a great game.
They got like 3 or 4 system sellers out.
Yeah, man. I mean, and I know people won't say this, but yeah, Hogwarts is a system seller for PlayStation. No, it's definitely not selling you on Xbox. Look at that. No, that's illegal.
That's illegal.
Here we go. We got Battlefield 2042. It's on Season 4. I'm downloading it right now.
Oh, Battlefield 2042.
Yeah.
They added a plus title, right? A monster title, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I also added this game called Disaster Report. It had a lot of free add-on DLC, bro. If you see that shit, just know it has a lot of free add-on DLC. Like a lot. It has some Power Ranger outfits and some more shit. Which is weird because if I'm not mistaken, I remember the Power Ranger outfits from PlayStation Home. And I'm trying to figure out if one of the developers from PlayStation Home helped with Disaster Report. Because the game seems so familiar. I mean, outside of me knowing what Disaster Report is. By the way, the game also supports VR, so that's interesting.
The whole thing?
I'm not sure. It does have the VR logo by it, though. I don't know what they doing with Multiverse. But somebody had sent me an invite to Multiverse yesterday. I don't know if they needed my help or they wanted to fight, but don't worry, I will do what I need to do to survive. And that will probably be adding that to the fight. No, it's already in fighting games. Yeah. Yep, it's already in fighting games. So, yeah, these are all my fighting games. So, I did good. The folders was really good, but I don't ever see anybody really use them. I'm hoping they're using them, but for everybody to be asking for that shit.
Oh, wait, they have folders?
Yeah, what? Yeah, if you go to game collection, you can start making a folder. You can make as many as you want. I got 7 right now.
In game library? Alright, your collection.
Yeah. And then on the side, you're going to see a folder. It's going to say create game list.
I knew this. I mean, like, you know, in the thing, why can you organize it the way you want to in the front?
That's what I need. I need them to do that. Yeah, I understand.
That's what I meant. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if they could find a way to allow us to transfer this shit to the main screen, man, that'd be awesome.
They just go by whatever you were in last time.
I hate that.
Yeah.
You gotta move that shit around. I don't like it. We got this one. I think I'm let me see what I'm gonna do. Cause I know Hogwarts is always gonna stay there. I think I'm gonna like pin Battlefield. I think I'm gonna take Final Fantasy Crisis Core off. Or should I take Monster Hunter off? Nah, I'm probably gonna play that.
So should I get the plot?
for Monster, you talking about Rise? No.
Yeah. No. The base of the world.
No. Cause I'm not. No. Mm-mm. One of these days I might get what I need, but I probably look, bro. The RNG on that bitch is just impossible, man. Literally. Like, remember we had RNG for Returnal?
Mm-hmm.
Not even on the same level, bro. Way easier. I mean, there was a couple of moments where I thought Returnal was gonna be like Monster Hunter, but when I was just able to, I randomly went into an area, and I had noticed that a little bit of the area was a little bit different in Returnal. You know how like you can go in the same area, but there's subtle changes because everything's so random, and that's when I remember jumping up, and seeing a glimmer of red on a wall. And it was the last glyph I needed for the platinum. And when I found that shit, bro, you don't know how happy I was. Bro.
Yeah, it could have been worse.
It could have been Monster Hunter. Like, it could have literally been Monster Hunter.
That's their only first party title. I'm thinking it's probably just a pain to platinum.
Yeah, but it was such a fun game. I did really like Returnal, bro. And I really like what they did. They had the expansion pack with the tower. They had the co-op. Like, I'm really disappointed that the game's on PC and they're not enjoying it. It's just weird, man. There were so many games. How Will Smith feels about Chris Rock's comedy special. You know what I need from both of them? I need both of them old ass motherfuckers to get in the boxing ring, put on some boxing gloves, and just let it go. You know?
But he made a great point. Shouldn't he be fighting the one who, his son's friend who fucked his wife?
He should, but he should have never allowed it to happen. I'm being honest. He should, but he should have never allowed it to happen.
Otherwise, the network's slow, or is it just me? I'm having trouble loading into shit.
For what?
PSN.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like, I can't even add the stuff to my library, it just stays there.
It's probably because everybody trying to download Battlefield while they can.
Fucking, yeah, you're right, it's 3:30.
Nobody wanted to fucking buy that game. We all knew she was hot. We all knew it.
Oh, they put Cyberpunk in PS Plus? Okay.
What you say?
Well,
you lying.
It's on the premium tier.
You fucking lying.
No, is that? I mean, was it always there?
Bro, don't lie to me.
It's right there. It says try game.
You mean it's on the game trials?
No, you can play it.
Whoa. They did add it. Oh my god, Sam, they did add it.
The demo or the whole thing?
No, they added Harvest Moon Back to Nature, the first PlayStation 1 Harvest Moon game. They added it to the PlayStation Plus Premium. I had no fucking idea they added this. Bro, this is like the first Sprite.
Oh shit. Jay, I forgot to tell you they added Harvest Moons. I didn't hear you talk about it.
Bro, I didn't know.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I'm not gonna play it because I have the remake and it looks way better and everything, but god damn. Wild Arms 2. Let's see what else they got. They got all the Dark Picture games now. Let me go see how I can search it. Recently added to PlayStation Plus. Avengers, but they already had Avengers.
Goddamn bird.
You hearing the birds over here? What?
Yeah, no, on my end.
Oh, okay. Journey to the Savage Planet. How is that game? Is that game good? Anybody know? I know it was a Game Pass title, and now it's on Plus. So,
what is it?
Journey to the Savage Planet.
I don't recall that.
Yeah, I remember it was on Game Pass.
Oh, Chewitty might know then.
It's like a cartoony version of No Man's Sky, but without the exploration. It's like you're an astronaut and on this planet, and it's very colorful, like Ratchet and Clank and shit. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'll be a pass.
Oh yeah, Chewitty, I was trolling him. That's only in the premium trial.
They do have Dragon Ball Z Fighter Z. And then they just announced Budokai.
They're over here roasting Jada in your chat.
Who they roasting?
Jada Smith. Jada Pinkett.
What happened with her?
But Jada Smith, wasn't Jada Smith best friends with the dude, and the dude, he let the dude fuck his mother? And he ain't say shit. And he ain't do shit. Like, bro, this is the thing. I don't care about the American family. If she gonna do wrong, leave her. Will Smith should have been divorced Jada Pinkett, but he probably didn't sign a prenup. And yeah, she probably gonna take almost everything. And then it would look bad and shit. And I think Will Smith's so caught up on appearances that he probably would never divorce Jada Pinkett.
So he's acting like an Italian mobster.
What do you mean?
They don't divorce, they just cheat.
Yeah. Pretty much.
I thought the reason why he slapped him was because he said that G.I. Jane joke, wasn't it?
Yeah, but like somebody said, people have done worse to Will Smith by the fact that your son's best friend was fucking your mom. You know, like fucking your wife. Like, come on, man. Like that's fucked up, man. And you allowed it. So you can't be mad at other people for anything else they do because somebody else has done you way worse.
But I mean, it's pretty dumb. Like, why are you slapping him? He's the comedian.
All I'm saying is that I'm looking at the list of games we got, even for like streamable games, and I'm like, man, PlayStation Plus truly is the best deal in gaming. That is no cap, man. Like this PlayStation Plus is just, it's in a league of its fucking own, man. When you looked at Cyberpunk, were you looking at Cyberpunk for, were you looking at like the game trials? Because I don't see Cyberpunk in a
No, it's just a game trial, dude. I was trolling you.
I know you was trolling me because I'm like that. You know how big of a fucking announcement that would have been. But I only believed it because Sony does sneak in some hidden gems in these lists. Like Heavenly Sword is back on here, right? But they never announced that Heavenly Sword was going to be one of the classics for this week. I don't remember that.
I didn't realize they took it off. I thought it was always on there.
It was on PlayStation Now.
They're adding it to the thing where you could buy it?
Yeah. Well, no. I would have been more excited if that was the case. No, it's still streamable, but they added it to the classics catalog. And
so they're just organizing it.
Yeah. Tools of Destruction. All of the other Ratchet and Clanks are PS3 streamable. But they really should find a way to get all of these games to be just downloadable, man. Like, I played Ridge Racer, right? Ridge Racer 2. And they say that I already purchased the game. I can't own it anymore. And you want to know why they said that? Because I already owned the game back in the day. And I love how that shit worked out. Like, you know how many PlayStation Portable, PlayStation 3, PlayStation Vita titles I got that I will not have to buy again because it's in their fucking memory banks that I purchased it? Fuck. So many classics that I own.
Yeah, when they come out, you don't got to worry about Jack.
Like, whether I have Plus or don't have Plus, I won't have to worry about shit. Look at that right there. It says Legend of Dragoon purchased. Not download, purchased. Don't gotta do shit. Like, don't gotta do anything. Love it, man. The War of Monsters. What's this? What was this about? It was this little Godzilla type game. Okay.
Oh, is that the rumor Predman was talking about, probably?
What rumor?
That update was supposed to be for the Discord integration.
What update?
Remember the thing he was saying Thursday?
Is it really happening?
The source. Guess that was it.
Where? When? Is it happening? Did somebody drop something?
No. Somebody was just asking about it, and they were like, "It's a rumor."
Oh, yeah. I haven't heard anything like official. I haven't checked Twitter in 85 years, so check that out. Time is going real fast today. Why is time going so fast today? That'll be weird. Something about to happen. So Sam, have you ever thought about eating cat food? Have you ever been so high and hungry that cat?
The only one I watched The Walking Dead are like The Last of Us.
They eat cat food in that?
Did you see the show? They eat just garbage.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
At one point, they killed dogs and ate them in The Walking Dead.
It looks, I'm curious, right? Will expired food really kill us? Because in all of these types of games and movies, they be eating expired food, obviously. So that's why I was wondering, like,
when do they eat expired food?
The Last of Us. All of that food has to be expired, bro. There's no manufacturing.
Catching animals and killing them. They don't eat. Dude, if you eat expired food, you die.
Bro, what about the can of fucking beans that Joel opened up for Ellie in the game? That shit had to been expired, bro.
Oh, in the video game, I mean, well, you know, it's a video game, dude. But in the show, like, you see they read everything they pick up and whatever.
That's illegal.
Dude, if you eat bad chicken, you're done. You're gonna be in terrific pain.
No, I don't believe it. I think if a zombie eats bad food, I think they'd be alright.
Try doing that.
Somebody get this guy out of here.
Give an old Chinese food to the stupid clicker, see what happens.
I was really up here trying to see if Cyberpunk was on this bitch. It don't matter because you know what game I'm waiting for, Sam. Tokyo Ghostwire.
Toast tire. Whoa.
Hey, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I want to play that game.
Yeah, Ghostwire.
Right before they announce it for Game Pass. Just so I can be like, yeah, it doesn't matter. You see, they put Adonis Creed in Fortnite, Sam?
Yeah, for some reason his face doesn't look like the actor.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, did you just say, hey, like, put a black person face? Like, I think could did a little bit better with the face.
They made his, like, lips 10 times thinner. It's like, wait, you don't... Wasn't he voted the sexiest man alive? Just make it look like him.
Goodness, I know, right? Now, I'm glad that you're here so I can ask you the question that Games for Eternity already knows. Sam, why don't you think they put any noticeable famous females into Fortnite?
They won't put any? Didn't they put Ariana Grande?
Besides her.
Oh, I don't know, man. Maybe
Beyonce.
Old.
I'm just saying, like, you haven't put any of the young ones over there either.
You might see Ice Spice on there next.
No, really think about that.
Okay, so Sam doesn't.
I know who
Sam doesn't know,
that's
bro.
Just, yeah.
You don't know why they're not putting females in this game, do you?
I don't know. Why not?
Okay, I got it on screen. I'm gonna help you out.
When he show you, gonna be like, oh, it's pretty obvious. Okay, you're gonna be like, damn, I should have known.
Yeah, because Sam doesn't know. But for some weird reason, Horizon Zero Dawn is at the top of the item chart right now on Fortnite. PlayStation is just, bro, they're just everywhere, bro. It's a takeover, man. What the fuck?
Guerrilla Games tweeted something about Fortnite earlier today or yesterday.
That shit's crazy, bro.
Talking about Aloy or something. I was like, why are they talking about Aloy? That's random. On Fortnite.
Okay, so I'm gonna show Sam why they don't put females that have a shape in the game, and then maybe you'll understand. Okay, Sam.
You pretty much just spoiled it, Jay.
No, it don't matter. He probably still don't understand. He loves cats too much. He doesn't understand.
Oh yeah, the ninja cats and
yeah, he's a cat. He's a cat, man. There's a lot of cat shit.
Samurai cats.
Okay, Sam, you can go take a look.
Must be way behind. You're on Multiverse.
You gotta refresh that, man.
All right, so you're looking at who the hell is that? Mary Jane.
That's supposed to be Mary Jane Watson. Look at her backside.
Right.
Yeah, they're never gonna put Ice Spice because Ice Spice identity is she got a big booty. Literally.
Does the Mary Jane have one?
On this game, no.
They could just put Ice Spice on there with no ass.
Okay, so this is what I'm telling you. Whoever's in charge of character designs are hell bent against giving females any type of shape whatsoever. They think that will make the game too sexual. However, if I'm not mistaken, Adonis Creed has a skin where he literally has no shirt on at all.
Yep. How you gonna penalize women for having shape? That's not even sexual. Like, is it's illegal? Is it a crime to have a shape now? Like, that's pure craziness, bro.
There are some facial movements from Adonis Creed that makes him look like Michael B. Jordan, but yeah, there are some. Well, he looks a lot more like Michael B. Jordan if you go into the game and see the character, but not like 100%. But I guess he looks enough like him. Guess you could check him out, Sam. I don't know what Fortnite is anymore. They just adding everybody. I'm surprised they haven't added Obama. Well, I already know why they didn't add Obama.
How long is this franchise going to stay popular? That's what I'm wondering.
As long as kids still get on there. They added the daughter of Wolverine on this game. Venom. Oh, they must be Marvel Week. Venom is on here. Spider-Man Zero bundle is on here. What else? Midnight. Oh, that was a good show. Midnight is on here. Iron Man Zero. Iron Man Zero is on here too.
Fortnite will be around until the next phenomenon. Whenever that'll be.
This has got to be the most random shit I've ever seen that's gotten popular.
Oh, also, the Black Captain America is now on Fortnite. Sam Wilson from the MCU. And Thor and female Thor are on there. The original Captain America is also back on the store. Pretty cool. That's awesome. I ain't gonna lie about that. Motherfucking Captain America. Hey, speaking of Captain America, did you see the new Chris Evans fucking movie? Oh, God.
No, I didn't.
It's a movie called Ghosted, where he finds out that he's ghosted by a girl he just fell in love with. And he flies all the way to London to find her. And then he finds out that she's a spy. So for the whole movie, he's weak. Like, he's like bumbling over his feet and shit. And bro, I was like, you literally made one of the most iconic action heroes in the last 15 years a fucking like a heartbroken simp that doesn't know how to fucking fight or protect himself.
They wanted to make him as far away from
I do not like the current trend of movie ideas or TV show ideas. I do not like it. It looked like they put Thanos back in this bitch too, which is impressive because they got Thanos' face correct. They got his face correct like a motherfucker.
I don't watch a lot of TV anymore. Plus,
I don't either.
Too much shit. Everything's way too cringy now.
They put Scarlet Witch in here, but they basically just gave her a generic Fortnite female face because that don't look like the chick that plays her. Oh, they put God damn, they put everybody back on here. They put Ghost Rider back on here. Okay.
Hey, when does Shazam come out? Do you guys know?
I think that comes out this month.
Okay.
Because Mario comes out next month.
I might go see it. I don't know, man. These movies are way too cringy nowadays.
I hope it's not cringy. I really, really hope it's not, man.
Because it seems like they're trying to go. I think they're trying to go for a more serious tone on this one over the first one. But it's still gonna have, it's.
I'm just happy Megan Good gonna be in this bitch. So I love Megan Good. Yeah. I mean, I don't love her, but you know what I'm saying.
I know what you mean. Yeah,
everybody loves
one of the baddest black actresses on
exactly.
Always, yeah, for sure.
Her beauty has not melted away 100% yet, so she's still. Literally, I'm scrolling down on Fortnite. They have literally every Marvel character pack that they. What is happening this week with Marvel? Is something like Marvel related happening that I don't know about? Anybody? No? Okay. I was wondering, like, did I miss something?
When do they have their D?
Bro, hey, Nick.
When does D23 happen?
Nick said, I'm Ant-Man, and then Nick Victory said, definitely can't wait for the Mario movie. Nick, I would give you the belt if a current didn't run away with it. So, don't worry, bro. When he comes back, I will take the belt from him and then give it to you. Speaking of Mario, let's have some fun in the chat. I'm gonna let you guys vote. Use your keypad or your keyboard. Do you think, yes or no, do you think Nintendo will add Mario to Fortnite to promote the movie next month? Yes or no? Everybody answer if you have fingers or a hand. I you know, Games Fraternity. What's your thoughts on that? You think Nintendo would put Mario and Fortnite in order to advertise the game?
I do not think
the movie.
So.
No.
No, I don't think so at all.
I don't think so either because they had that new advertisement on Mario Day.
Weird to see Mario on Fortnite anyway with how short he is.
They can make it work.
I mean, I guess, but like
they can make it work. I mean, it's good. I was thinking about that too, but if anybody knows how to make it work, it's Fortnite. Because nobody is the same height on this game, but they make them look like they're the same height. So I'm pretty sure they could do the same with Mario. Somebody literally called me Ant-Man. I ain't gonna lie, they did really good with Ant-Man. I just don't like his mask. Outfit looks dope though. But they didn't add. This is not the Marvel Cinematic Universe Ant-Man, which was really weird, right? And this is why I say you can tell if something is successful financially or not. You had the Ant-Man movie come out, right? But none of the Ant-Man Cinematic Universe outfits made it to Fortnite. How much you want to bet when John Wick movie comes out, they're going to put the old John Wick and the new John Wick back into Fortnite? I'm telling you, bro. It's sad that Ant-Man was not successful, bro. I heard that some of the CGI and the special effects were really piss poor, just like on Thor. And this is the most I've ever skipped Marvel movies. I think all my life, even the early Marvel movies, I didn't skip. But I've literally skipped the last 2 to 3 Marvel movies, and that's not a good look, bro.
They're getting worse. I don't blame you.
Yeah, man, it hurts though, cause you wanna keep up, just in case they get better. But nah, man.
This is what happens when you get greedy, man. Instead of worrying about quality, they're trying to pump them out fast, like fucking Ubisoft with Assassin's Creed.
Oh wow! Speaking of Assassin's Creed, I wonder if yeah, a lot of the Marvel characters they added in here are of Fortnite's design, but some of them are from the MCU design. Like Kate Bishop. This is from the MCU design, somewhat, yeah. Yeah, but I don't know if it's like female artists on the game for the development team. I don't know if it's I don't know how that goes. All I know is it does seem that they don't want to make the female's breast or butt look really big because I think they don't want to over sexualize the female characters. Because Psylocke never wears long pants. She has somewhat of a leotard. And they were like, yeah, we're not going to do that. So they didn't. So they custom made a different outfit and tried to cover up her backside as much as they could. It's weird, but, it is what they're doing. But if there's a character like John Cena, or if there's a character like The Rock or somebody, they will put them in there without their shirt on. Like even Silver Surfer, which never wears clothes anyway, he's in Fortnite. And they didn't make an attempt to cover him up at all. But if it is a female that, doesn't wear a lot of clothes, they're gonna try to find a way to like cover her up a lot. Like Mary Jane. Like Mary Jane was never that flat, bro. I don't care. And she wasn't that fucking slim either. They make her look like a damn teenager. Oh, it's weird, man. Like, but they gotta be equal, man. I'm telling you, they really gotta start being equal with this shit. Nah, I don't get it. Predman said he enjoyed Ant-Man 3. I think I heard that Ant-Man 3 was more family oriented, which I would have really liked to watch, but I'm gonna watch it when it goes to Disney Plus. I think we all felt that Thor 3 was woke, and that obviously everybody knew, and they just didn't watch it. Yeah, I mean, Victor, yeah, we know how Psylocke is supposed to look, but again, they don't really feel the need to do that. With Aloy really never showed much of a body on the video games, but I do not believe she's like some model, and she's very, very, very slim like this. So they made her very, very slim, and I guess that's their art style. However, we understand that they do try to be realistic with the character designs. So it is really weird when, you know, you have Aloy and that's not exactly how she looks, and even though this is not exactly how Kratos looks, it's still really, really more accurate than Aloy in the body size. They don't want to do any good body adjustments when it comes to females. They don't, like, that's a no-no for the Fortnite crew, and I really think they should be more equal. Again, it's same thing when I go to the classic Lara Croft from the PlayStation 1 outfit. You know that Lara Croft had a nice backside and a nice front side. In this outfit, it is very tight on both parts of the body, but come on, we all know that she had more of a shape than that. And they were like, nah, we're not going to do that. So, it is what it is. You win some, you lose some, then you eat cat food. Let me see. They did the same thing with Rogue, too. Rogue from X-Men is on here, and you know how curvy she was. They were like, nah, we're not going to add the curves. We're not doing that. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. I haven't been on Fortnite in 85 years, so I don't know how this shit is. I'm guessing I'm going to see some Witchers on here, because they do got Witcher on here now. Hey, always mad. I know I can trust your review, so please, when you go see it, let me know. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to use Lara Croft's movie figure. Like, they made her so slim in the movies. I hope they never make a movie like that again. Like, give her some sort of shape, man. You don't gotta make her look like Megan Thee Stallion or something, but please, just stop with the... Yeah, give her some damn shape. We got Blade. We got whoever this guy is. So all they like doing on Fortnite is dance. They dance so much until cats come out. It's the crunchiest shit when you jump back on Fortnite and you see Sasuke up here dancing and shit. What is he even doing, bro? Come on, you want to fight? Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay, let's see what the fuck Fortnite's about today. Oh, I do got the fucking what is it? Not the Sunwing. The Glint Hawk. Yeah, I do got the Glint Hawk. The other fucking bird. Huh. That's awesome. That is really fucking awesome. That is awesome. The cat's dancing too. Nah, yeah, we don't like. Angelina Jolie was the best Lara Croft. Facts. And any other models that modeled as Lara Croft, even like the cosplays, I've seen some cosplay ladies dress up like Lara Croft over the last 20 years, and they've always embodied how she's supposed to look from the beginning of the when we first saw her, and I respect that. But again, Fortnite, in certain aspects of the game, it feels like they're like, hey, this is a kid's game. And then in the aspects where you can shoot people in the head with guns, they're like, no, it's not a kid's game. So, booty is too mature, but shooting shooting a person in the head with a gun is not mature. So, or is, I don't know how it is. It's whack. It's whack. I can't understand it. Jay, even Guardians of the Galaxy 3 debut, men now look at new film movie poster law. Damn. So you're telling me Nebu looks like a man because they took away her chest and made her chest look like a man. I acknowledge that. I've seen that before. I don't think I'm going to see the new Guardians of the Galaxy movie either, because I'm not the biggest fan of them changing that much. And for the reasons that we know they're changing, it's kind of like the Peter Pan shit. I'm not a big fan of what they changed with Peter Pan. That is completely disrespectful to the legacy of Peter Pan. All the movies like that is not right, and never will be. You trying to shoot me out? Bro, you trying to shoot me out? Nah, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, the game is so clear, man. It's such a clear ass game, bro. It's such a clear ass game, man. After that new update with the Unreal Tournament 5, sorry, no, not the Unreal Tournament 5. What is this?